Because on this day...
Well, today...
Huh?
Today, January, what is it, 27th?
7th?
It's National Chocolate Cake Day.
Specifically chocolate cake.
Yes, dear chocolate cake, it was love at first bite. You may come in many forms, layered, molten, bunt, fluffy, moussey, decadent, and frosted, but we love you all the same. You're the reason we know what happiness tastes like. Your special day comes once a year on January 27th.
We've had a lot of cake-heavy conversations on this show lately.
I know. Well,
We've been full of cake.
more coming up, too, because bad Brad Wheeler sent me something wonderful about cake, which I'll share with you later on.
Well, I don't know how the Pie Council feels about this.
I know.
And you're on the Pie Council, and you're suddenly pro-cake.
Carrie,
concerned.
Carrie, I received over the weekend, and I didn't want to say it because I was angry and ashamed. I received a letter from the National Pie Council, and they have rescinded my membership.
Oh,
no.
They have asked me to send back my National Pie Council pie tins, official pie tins.
Good heavens.
And I'm no longer... And so, I've gotten over the hurt. I've gotten over the hurt of that, and I'm now a cake man. It's always time for cake.
Well, I would hate you to become a cake man just based on revenge. That's really the...
Why?
Well, that's true. Any reason for cake, it doesn't matter.
Revenge cake actually sounds kind of good.
Pie has now become my mortal enemy.
Oh, Bill, you have swung. The pendulum has swung.
Yep. That song by Crowded House, Chocolate Cake, I was just looking at some information about it. It was not intended to be the lead single of the album Temple of Low Men by Crowded House, but for some reason they decided, okay, let's have this one be. They were going to use It's Only Natural to be the lead track, a song which I'm not really familiar with.
It's quite good. It's quite good.
Is it? I probably have heard it, but they picked Chocolate Cake, and it bombed in America, particularly.
We played it a lot, although
well,
we're the alternative station, so we played things that other people didn't play.
It bombed, and they thought, well, the reason it was disliked in America is because it's very critical of America. And these guys are from, like, New Zealand, or, so, okay, you New Zealanders.
There's nobody fat in New Zealand.
No, that's
except for Peter Jackson. He's pretty.
Not anymore.
No.
No. He lost all kinds of weight about 5 years ago.
This is It's Only Natural.
You and I.
Oh yeah.
Shake off this mortal coil. It's bigger than us. You don't have to worry about.
If you want to go down a satisfying hole, the Crowded House. I would even say Crowded House Split Ends.
Split Ends was before Crowded House, and then it was the Finn, and it's Carrie and I saw Crowded House at some club.
It was the Bottom Line in New York.
Was it the Bottom Line in New York City? Man, what a show! It was just, and it was for the release of that album with Chocolate Cake was on.
If you buy the very, very best of Crowded House, I dare say it's one of those that you won't hit fast forward on at any point.
Yeah.
I don't think you will.
What was that Split Ends song that we played a lot? God, it was good.
Message to My Girl or
Yes,
I Got You.
Oh, Message to My Girl.
Message to My Girl is a heartbreaking.
Oh my God, what a great song!
And give me a second.
Do we play them on our?
No.
HD?
I don't think so.
We should.
We might play. I bet we play "Don't Dream It's Over." That was their
Probably. That's a great
big
song by
hit.
Crowded House.
Yeah.
But Split Ends, Message to My Girl, that song just
Heartbreaking.
kills me. I haven't heard it in a long time, and I'm anxious for Carrie to bring it up here. He's doing it.
Hang on. Just give me a second.
I'm hanging. Yeah. Oh, I'm sorry. The Chocolate Cake was from the album Woodface, not Temple of Low Men. Temple of Low Men was the album right before Woodface. Okay, this is Split Ends.
It takes a
And you
minute to get
probably
into
won't
it.
be able to use any of this on your
Yeah.
podcast.
Sorry.
Sorry, folks.
Sorry.
That's why you should listen to the Radio from Hell show live.
Yeah.
You don't miss any of the music
The radio.
chat.
Well, and this is kind of screwing up our YouTube situation as well, just so
Yeah.
you know. So,
Oh,
yeah, they get pissed.
but it's
So,
I don't wanna say I love you. That would give away too much.
yeah, I hesitate to have too much on the since
Yeah.
we started
Yeah,
the
that's-
YouTube, yeah,
Yeah.
because
Yeah,
we
don't-
start the YouTube feed right after the opening song, and then it
and then
kind of
Anyway.
screws things up. But,
We would advise you all, if you are not familiar with Split Ends, and that's ENZ, I believe. Split ENZ.
2 words.
Yeah. And then they morphed into a band called Crowded House. Great.
all
stuff.
good.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So hi, I was on that cake thing is, it's a big deal for me, but I've become a cake man.
I
I've
got mail too, Bill. By the way,
Mail?
you got mail from the Pie Council.
What
You
happened?
did?
Who did you piss off?
What?
Well, somebody, because I got court.
I got one of those yesterday too.
Did you?
What?
Jury
Oh, jury
duty.
duty, huh?
Is this a coincidence? Or
That's
is this the
really
way?
weird.
Is this the way that they call the voting records? You know, if you don't answer for jury duty, then you won't be able to vote.
I
That's
can't.
really weird. You got that yesterday.
I can't
Right
remember
here,
how
see?
they selected. It's by voting district or something.
Yeah, but we're not in the same voting.
No,
district.
I can't
That's
remember.
funny.
Yeah, right here.
Oh.
I think they're trying to get us in court for some other nefarious reason.
I got court.
Well, I don't understand though, Gina. What does that have to do with cake or pie?
No, you said in the mail you heard from the Pie Council that they.
Yeah.
So I was just saying I got mail too. That's all.
Oh, I see. I thought you got that clicked in my mind as you got mail about pie or
No.
cake.
I mean, if they offered cake for jury duty, well, I'd show up for that.
Here's another reason I've become a cake man. Bad Brad Wheeler sent me this. There's a new line of cake mixes from Dolly Parton. Dolly Parton's cakes. And apparently they are incredible.
Dolly Parton's cakes have always been incredible.
She has 2.
Yeah, of course
Yes, she does.
Coconut cake. One of them is a coconut cake, Carrie. Picture them this way. One of them is a coconut cake, and one of them is a banana pudding cake.
Both shaky. Both shaky. Yep.
Dolly, bring the cake to me. I would bury my face in that cake. But she's teamed up with Duncan Hines, and she's developed. You know, Dolly Parton is the kind of person who would do this. She has developed them herself along with the Duncan Hines people, and she's very proud of them. And this banana pudding cake, you have to buy some extra stuff. You have to buy a box of banana pudding, and that becomes part of the cake. And
It doesn't come with it.
oh my God! Oh, you have to buy a banana as well. Now you don't have to.
You might
could do
as
the cake
well.
without. You could do the cake without it. But they say, do this, and I guess it's in the instructions, do this and it will make the cake better. And she has frosting, too. Frosting for the cake.
Well, Bill, once I perfected cinnamon bread, I figured I better work on my cakes.
You ever had Dolly Parton's monkey bread, then you are really, give me that monkey bread.
And Gina, by the way,
You've got mail.
there you go. All right. Let's go.
Somebody tell us how they select jury duty when you check in. I can't remember what the process, I think maybe it's just from the voter rolls. I think
Carrie and I
maybe it
could
is.
serve on a jury together.
Yeah, and I could do the show by myself. Great. That'd be just wonderful. Thanks a lot, you guys. I'd hate that.
We'd call you and tell you about the property dispute, you know.
Yeah,
The neighbor did, in fact, cross that boundary and built the fence on the wrong part, you know.
My son-in-law was on a copyright infringement
Your
trial.
son-in-law?
My brother-in-law, and he said it was the most boring.
Yeah.
Anyway, let's get the show started. 877-602-9696. That's the number to call. 877-602-9696. Be a part of the Radio from Hell show by checking in. We'd love to hear from you this morning here on this Thursday, and we'll officially start the show right after this.
Wendy's for breakfast. Maybe you're on your way to court to be, on the jury. Why don't you get breakfast for everybody on the jury, and you get free beverages? Well, I don't know. That's an awful lot. You don't want to carry that many sandwiches and beverages in. Just get it for yourself and make sure you make it to jury duty on time. It's your Wendy's wake-up call. The superior breakfast sandwich of anybody. I mean, we've established this for months now. You get the breakfast Baconator. You got the honey butter chicken biscuit. My favorites, the croissant sandwiches, whether it's bacon for you or the sausage for me. You get the egg and the cheese on there as well. But if you buy any breakfast sandwich, for a limited time, your favorite drink is free at Wendy's. And you get to choose what drink you like with your sandwich. So if you're a coffee person, fresh brewed coffee, free. I've recently discovered the Vanilla Frosty-ccino. It's cold brew coffee with frosty creamer over ice. Yes, free. If it's in a Wendy's cup, it's free. So, yeah, if you're ordering a soda, make it a large because it's free with the purchase of any breakfast sandwich at Wendy's. Hit the drive-thru.
Ladies and gentlemen, the Radio from Hell show is proud to announce a brand new entertainment in downtown Salt Lake City.
That's right. It's the grand opening of Carrie and Bill's Shakespeare Dinner Theater, where patrons can enjoy the very best in culture and cuisine.
Each month, Bill and I will present a brand new Shakespeare play for your delight.
And with each play, we'll change our dinner theater menu. We begin this weekend with Hamlet, Prince of Denmark.
Who's there?
Nay, answer me. Stand and unfold yourself.
Long live the king.
Bernardo?
I'm... He.
You come most carefully upon your hour.
'Tis now struck 12. Get thee to bed, Francisco.
And with immortal lines like that from the Bard, you get your choice of Hamlet Hawaiian-style ham, a juicy ham steak with a pineapple ring, or the Polonius chicken pot pie.
And what's even more fun, not only will Bill and I play most of the parts, but we'll be your waiters.
In coming months, you'll delight to other great Shakespearean masterpieces.
Like The Taming of the Shrew, with me as Petruchio and Bill as Catherine the Shrew.
If I be waspish, best beware my sting.
My remedy is then to pluck it out.
Aye, if the fool could find it where it lies.
Who knows where a wasp does wear his sting? In his tail.
In his tongue.
Whose tongue?
Yours, if you talk of tales, and so farewell.
What? With my tongue in your tail? Nay, come again, good Kate, I am a gentleman.
It's Carrie and Bill's Shakespeare Dinner Theater in the old Felt Electric building in the Regent Street alley off 2nd South.
And look in your Happenings coupon book for a 2-for-1 coupon, good on Wednesdays and Thursdays at Carrie and Bill's Shakespeare Dinner Theater. Your dinners are full price, but one of you will get to sit through the play twice.
Get thee hence to Carrie and Bill's Shakespeare Dinner Theater, where you give us the dough and we put on the show.
this over with.
Yeah, let's. The sooner the better is what I say. We'll start the show officially here and go to your check-ins after that. Do we have a sponsor for the official opening, Gina?
It's brought to you by, I got
cake?
Court.
How about chocolate cake?
I got Court.
The moon is 28.5% of full. It's waning. We'll have a new moon on January 31st. The moon will set today at 12:57 p.m., today being Thursday. It's the 27th day of January in the year of our Lord Jesus Christ, 2022. And you are listening to the morning show that has given Spotify an ultimatum. You get rid of that Best of Car Talk podcast or remove our podcast from your platform. This is the Radio from Hell show, starring the Lords of Morning Radio, Kerry Jackson, right there. I'm Bill Allred. That's Gina Barberi. The three of us broadcasting from our individual home studios. Katie, for short, is in the studio in downtown Salt Lake, running the ship, making sure everything is going like clockwork. We try to throw it off, but she gets us right back on track every time. Miriam and Cameron Diaz are helping out as well. In addition to being National Chocolate Cake Day, it is National Clashing Clothes Day, where they encourage you to dress in things that don't match. You don't have no idea why.
Everything of mine matches because it's all black, so it always matches.
And it's also National Holocaust Remembrance Day, and that is important today for obvious reasons and for reasons coming in the boner candidates as well. So, all right. Check-ins, Ning?
Well, let's 877-602-9696. Our first question, and it comes via text. Question. Now, I don't know who's qualified to answer this because you're not on the Pie Council anymore, and, you know. Is it cake or...
I still have pie knowledge.
Okay. Is it cake or pie? Comes in a pie tin called cheesecake.
I did always think that was weird, that cheesecake.
It is, in fact, classified as a cake. We in the Pie Council, well, as a former member of the Pie Council... I was going to say,
be careful there.
Yeah. As a former member of the Pie Council, I can tell you that in our meetings, whenever this came up, it was met with disgust.
I hope you didn't sign a non-disclosure, because
I didn't.
You're talking about meetings, and, you know... And...
I have an official word, official word. One of the key ingredients is cheesecake, and cheesecake is mascarpone cheese. A cake can be defined as food formed into a flat, round shape, which is typically baked or fried. Cheesecake is flat, round, baked, and contains cheese, so it is a cake.
Yep. We kept, as a matter of fact, I think the Pie Council supplied that definition.
Probably.
So,
all right. Let's go to Lane.
Lane, you know, one of my favorite
How's it going?
cakes. Lane, one of my favorite cakes is called a Lane cake.
Oh.
Yeah.
Well, I got a story for you.
Okay.
So I went to the doctor about a month ago, and he said, well, I give you 6 months to live if you don't quit drinking. I thought, well, that's probably the incentive to quit. So I quit cold turkey. The detoxes were really nothing short of absolutely rotten for 4 days. So I'd get up to go like to the kitchen or the bathroom, and I'd just tip over. No reason. Couldn't get back up. All fours back to the couch. And so this went on, and Sunday morning I fell. The neighbor lady was over here wondering if I had anything to go to the garbage dump. And I said, no, I'm cool. And I tip over right in front of her. So I get my phone, I call the medics, but I know I'm not going to be able to walk out to the Jeep. There's no way. And so they load me in the ambulance and haul me out to Riverton Hospital. They throw me in ICU, do a bunch of tests and everything else on me. And on the third day, they figured out what my problem was, why I was losing my balance. I was low on magnesium.
Yeah.
That's crazy.
No, I have actually heard of that happening. It can cause that. And you were probably low on magnesium because of all the alcohol you'd consumed over the years.
Well, and you know how you get natural magnesium? Dark chocolate, which I have a fetish for. I'm good with that. Cashews, which I'm good with cashews. And tofu. Sorry, man, I've tried tofu. I don't care for it.
Well, it's you.
Well,
you
you
haven't
sound
had
like
it.
you're doing.
You
don't
haven't
sound-
had my tofu.
You don't sound like someone that was in ICU not that long ago. You sound pretty good, Lane.
He does.
Well, and I didn't eat for 4 days when I was detoxing, and so now I've lost all my muscle tone. So I'm going to physical therapy. Thank God I'm laid off, and going to physical therapy once a week. IHC was coming in, and after like 5 visits, they says, "Now, Lane, you're getting around too good. You need to go out and do your physical therapy at the Riverton Hospital."
Well, you
I'm
get
going to
to
go
it, Lane.
over there to the. I'm not going to go to that COVID breeding grounds to do my physical
Lane.
therapy.
Wow. You know, Lane doesn't sound like a person who's shy of magnesium, but he does sound like a person who's detoxing from alcohol.
I'm glad
enjoying
you,
my coffee this morning.
I'm
Good.
glad you turned it around, Lane.
Yeah.
Yep.
It's hard
Well
to
done.
do.
Okay, really love your show. I got turned on to you guys when I was living in Wallsburg, and the only thing I could listen to up there was KTMP and Heber and you guys. And so that's when I got tipped to that, probably 18, 20 years ago.
Well, thanks.
Wow.
I don't even know where Wallsburg is. Where the hell is that?
Is that
It's up
in-
by Deer Creek.
Yeah. Okay.
Deer Creek. Okay.
All
Well,
right.
thanks, Lane. Thanks for checking
Hey,
in.
you
It's
guys-
nice to hear from you.
Thank you, Lane.
You guys have a great day.
You too.
You too.
Bye-bye.
That is a genuine human being. Lane.
Yes.
Absolutely.
Am I the only one who can work and drink at the same time?
All right. Let's see. If Gina or Carrie get chosen for jury duty, I'd like to volunteer to temporarily take their spot for the show. Well, I don't think that's how it works.
Oh, I see.
But thank you.
I understand the chat room here now. I was trying to figure out what they were going for here. If you guys go to jury duty, it will be Bill and Johnny hosting Beat Bill.
Oh.
and Bill doing Geek News. No, we don't want that. We just don't want that.
Chef Roy checking in. What's your thoughts on Boston cream pie, which is mostly cake layered with cream? Oh, Chef Roy.
Yeah.
That's a difficult one.
That's a tough one.
It is. Now, Gina, you could look that up as well, but I'm going to say my guess is, and this is Pie Council educated guess, that it's just a misnomer. It is it is misnamed, and I don't know why it was misnamed.
It seems to me it should be called Boston cream cake.
Yeah. I think
Let's
somebody
see.
was just messing around. That's what I think. Does it say? No, you don't know, huh? It doesn't say. why.
I'm reading.
It's delicious. I haven't had a piece of Boston cream pie for. Have you had Boston cream pie?
Oh, it's
Sure.
delicious.
Yeah, it's great.
It's the official dessert of Massachusetts. I've learned that.
Well, Boston, no wonder. My wife came home yesterday from Costco, and she had a giant bag, I think maybe a 3-pound bag of slivered almonds. And she said, "Look what I got at Costco." And I said, "What are we going to do with that much slivered almonds?" And she said, "Guess." And I said, "No." And she said, "Yep, I got the recipe from Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania for the burnt
Prandtles.
almond tort, and I'm going to make one."
Wow. Okay.
All right. Good luck with that.
Yeah.
Pop-Tarts has Boston cream Pop-Tarts, Gina. Apparently they are amazing,
I
according to
would
a
try
texter.
that.
And not all cheesecake are baked, so the mystery goes on.
Well, yeah.
I know Paulette isn't listening this morning, otherwise she would have texted me by now.
She probably knows about Boston cream pie, too.
She's our dessert expert.
Oh, Sue says she has the original Boston cream pie recipe from the Omni Hotel in Boston.
Wow.
Oh, no, she's had it. That's right. Her and her sister went to Boston on a quick trip, and she had the Boston cream pie at the Omni.
You know, Wikipedia says a Boston cream pie is a cake with cream filling. The dessert acquired its name. Oh, here it is. The dessert acquired its name when cakes and pies were cooked in the same pans, and the words were used interchangeably. So,
That's how old it is.
yeah, yeah. Don't
Okay.
don't confuse it with being a pie. It isn't a cake. Even
That
though it
makes
says
more
pie.
sense.
All right.
Okay. What about crab cake?
What about it?
That's a formed thing in a
That's a cake.
tin and
'Cause
baked.
it's
Yeah,
formed in
like
a-
a cupcake.
Yeah.
Yeah. Just call it
All right. Traffic then, Gina. Stay in your lane, cake, and give us traffic.
Crash 4850 South, Midland Drive. This is up to Roy. Both directions are slow, but southbound Midland Drive appears to have the worst delays. It's near the vet clinic, I guess. That's the only accident being reported right now. If you have something to report, you can certainly text us. Just make sure it's safe for you to text 33986.
All right. Well, we'll take a break. We'll be back. In this next break, we have not only plenty of information about what's been going on in the world. We've got geek news coming up. And then at 7 o'clock, it's Beat Gina. It's Mozart trivia.
I love it.
You know what Mozart is doing in the grave? He's decomposing. Sorry.
So if you beat Gina at Mozart trivia, you will win one of these suitable for murder Radio from Hell coffee mugs.
Well, Carrie says they're suitable for murder because they are so heavy.
Heavy. You could just wham.
You could brain somebody. Somebody with it.
Slivered almonds are the bomb on Hawaiian pizza.
Sounds terrible.
No, I'd try that. That sounds okay.
I'd eat that because I like Hawaiian pizza. But anyway, UtahAdvocates.com is the website. You can go there and for free at any time of the day talk to an attorney using their anonymous chat feature and get an opinion about your case for free.
Yeah, and they handle all kinds of injury cases. Let's say you're walking down the street and you accidentally slip on a piece of Hawaiian pizza. And you fall and hurt yourself on the sidewalk out in front of that pizza place. Well, you call the advocates because that's probably a case that they would take. All kinds of injury cases, car accidents, of course, being the most common. But you can call an attorney and talk to them 24 hours a day, 7 days a week about your case. 801-355-5550. The phone call is free. And then if they take your case, what they do for you is free until they get you a settlement, and then they take a little portion of that settlement they get you. So call them, 801-355-5550, or go to UtahAdvocates.com.
Mass. Mass. Spell it with me now. M-A-S-S. And now we'll use it in some dialogue, starring as our two Utah friends, LeVar and LeGrand. Let's listen to the boys as they cut through Temple Square on their way to JB's for the breakfast buffet. Again, the word is Mass.
Oh, what a beautiful morning. Oh, what a beautiful day. It's a beautiful morning for a breakfast buffet at JB's, ain't it, LeVar?
Any morning is a beautiful morning when breakfast is all you can eat for one low price and when your best bud is buying.
Oh, what a beautiful... Wait, what? I thought it was your turn to buy.
No. I bought the last breakfast we had together down to the Circle K, remember? The chocolate milk and the Hostess pies.
Oh, right. I guess it is my turn to buy. Whew, Temple Square sure ain't as busy today as it gets during the general conference, is it?
Oh, you said it.
But during conference, you sure can see that this church is the fastest growing religion in the world, huh? Of course, the Catholics are the biggest religion.
Catholics, Mass? There's more of them Islamics and Hare Krishnas than there are Catholics.
I meant Christian religions. You know what a Christian is, don't you, LeVar?
Well, of course I know, LeGrand. I myself am a White Angler Sexton Protestant. You know, a WASP.
A WASP, Mass. You're a Mormon like me.
Well, sure I am, but I'm also a WASP. Look. I like fishing for whitefish, hence I'm a white angler. I'm a hit with the ladies, you know, so that's a sexton. And I ain't paid my taxes in over 20 years. I'm a tax protestant, a WASP.
Tax protestant, Mass. You, my friend, are just too cheap to pay your tax.
Ow! Hey, what happened there, LeGrand? You okay?
I tripped on that crack in the sidewalk. I almost fell on my ass.
Okay, it's 6:35. We got Beat Gina coming up at 7 o'clock. We got Geek News coming up in this break, but before, also in this break, well, we got a lot of stories and things you need to be aware of, stuff that's happening.
I know people are wondering about the Jeopardy, whether Amy Schneider is still the champ, and I'll tell you about that coming up.
Well, someone should pay for all this information.
Well, then why don't you read the sponsor, Gina, instead of saying that?
Start the new year by becoming a nurse. Nightingale College is a pioneer in online nursing education, blending online classes with on-ground supervised field experience. Virtual college, actual nursing. Learn more at nightingale.edu.
You know, I said I'd tell you about Amy Schneider, but I do want to tell you this first, and I don't know if we have the picture of this. There's a guy who is he's a rapper, apparently. We haven't heard of him because he's in Estonia, but he's an Estonian rapper. His name is Tommy Cash, and he has designed a new piece of furniture for Couch Potatoes. It's called a lofa, and it's a sofa, but it looks like loaves of bread. So it's big loaves of fresh baked bread. Well, I mean, it looks like fresh.
Not actually.
Baked.
It's not actually made of bread.
It's pretty funny, actually, and he calls it a lofa. And so I'd like to hear some of Tommy Cash's rapping. I don't know what an Estonia rapper would sound like.
It's all about bread. It's bread rap, Bill.
Maybe.
It's a subgenre.
So Amy Schneider, Jeopardy. She was on this big, string of wins. Well, she was dethroned by Roan Talsma, who was a Chicago librarian. Roan Talsma won the match with a correct final Jeopardy response. He ended the game with $29,600, $10,000 more than Amy, who didn't even have an answer for the final Jeopardy question.
What was Final Jeopardy?
Let's see. I haven't read into the story that far yet. And you'd think that they would put that right there, wouldn't you?
That's what everyone wants to know. What's the question that stumped Amy?
It is not in this story, I don't think.
You're going to make me look.
Isn't
for
that
this?
bizarre? Amy though she went out being the second most of terms of games. So she won. Still Ken Jennings far ahead, but she's now in the second place of winning games. And
okay, here you go.
It doesn't say what it is here.
I have it.
Okay, let's see if I can answer it.
The answer is the only nation.
Oh, okay. Yeah, that's right. I'm sorry. Go ahead. I'm sorry. I know how this goes.
I was going to say, you're the one who watches Jeopardy.
Yes, I'm sorry. Yeah.
The only nation in the world whose name in English ends in an H, and also one of the 10 most populous. Only nation in the world whose name in English ends in an H, and is also one of the 10 most populous. So just think of a country that ends in an H.
I can't. Let's see. Ends in an H.
Pretend it's
Very
Wordle
populous.
and you're trying to figure out.
Listen, I don't need the hand. You're distracting me. Now I'm not going to get it because you're blabbering on there while I'm trying to think of the answer. I don't know. I'm out.
Sorry, time's
What is
up.
it? Yeah.
Let's see.
What is Bangladesh?
Bangladesh is the answer. Bangladesh. Gina, let's see what you did there, Gina. Bet everything and had the answer. Okay, well then she's doing very well. Bill.
Yeah. Perfect.
Bet nothing and did not get it. Oh, this is terrible.
Carrie, perfect with the music there. I'm glad you had that at hand. Now let's get on to more serious matters here. The Utah Department of Health reported an additional 7,943 new COVID-19 cases yesterday, along with 18 additional deaths. I saw, I should find this. I saw, maybe you've seen it, Gina, a chart that IHC released. I don't know if I have it. It's a chart showing hospital, the COVID hospitalizations. And it's
vaccinated versus unvaccinated.
Yeah, fascinating. People who are hospitalized, only vaccinated people, only 8% vaccinated and boosted people make up only 8% of all the people who are hospitalized
And those
in Utah.
people that are vaccinated and boosted and ending up in hospitals have at least 3, for the most part, have at least 3 comorbidities. They're immunocompromised, they're cancer patients, they're obese, it's not just regular, normal, healthy people that have been boosted and vaxxed and are ending up in the hospital. If you're ending up in the hospital because you're boosted and vaxxed, you probably have diabetes or some other thing that makes it more difficult.
Anyway, I'll find that, and we'll get all the statistics on that. Now Utah officials are still recommending people not get tested for COVID unless they have comorbidities or they're older. The state says that we just don't have enough tests. That's the reason they're doing it.
Or staff to process them. They're sick.
They say we ran out of tests. The testing staff has fallen ill, and we have maxed out our testing capacity. And I think that they're trying to get that back up and running the way it should, but
it's why you can't really pay attention to that number of positive tests. At least right now, you pay more attention to hospitalizations and the positivity rate, because the actual number isn't going to be accurate because they're telling people to.
Let me go back and give you those. Let's see. The overall here in Utah, 776 people currently hospitalized with COVID-19. What's the other statistic that's
positivity rate, which is
the 7-day average? 7-day average for positive tests. Oh, this is that 8,478 per day. So that's probably closer to the truth. Is that what we're saying?
No, the positivity, like percent positivity.
Rolling 7-day average, 4% of positivity of people over people. What does that mean? I don't know what that means. 46.6%?
That's it. That's the number. That
and
means
positivity.
46, yeah.
And positivity of tests over tests is 30.6.
So people over people is individuals, because people test more than once. So there's 2 ways to look at it. There's tests, like if Bill Allred took 3 tests, those 3 tests count as a number of tests. But if it's people over people, that's individuals.
Oh, okay. Wow.
The Utah State Legislature or the Senate committee there has approved a bill, voted 6-2. Now, that doesn't mean it's law yet. A bill to lower the income tax rate by a percentage point in Utah. People are saying that the effort to lower or remove the sales tax on food is probably dead. Now, think about this. Income tax reduction. That favors people who make money. And the more money you make, the more favorable it is. That 1%. And the people who don't make much money still have to buy food.
And income tax, I believe, is 100% for education.
Yeah. Yes.
So
That's right. They're cutting.
So they're
cutting
cutting
education.
education. So every time one of those state legislators tells you how much they love teachers and appreciate what they do, then this is the action.
I will point out too that they do this every session almost. They lower income tax rates and Utah, I believe, has the highest. They come in number 1 in the least amount of money spent per pupil in the state.
Well, as we've seen just in the past week, when it comes to punishing teachers, that's what this legislature is all about.
Civil War experts, and there are those people, historians, one being University of California professor Barbara Walter. She's an expert on civil conflicts, civil wars in general. I've heard her interviewed, as a matter of fact. She said that the U.S. Capitol riot had made it impossible to deny and ignore that there really was a cancer growing of anti-democratic sentiment in America.
Yep.
Walter, who has studied civil wars not not historically necessary. Well, historically here in this country, but she has studied recent civil wars all around the world, and she says there are telltale signs that we could be on the brink of civil war.
Excellent.
Here in America. Don't think it can't happen, essentially, is what she's saying.
Oh, I don't. I worry about it all the time.
She's been talking to my therapist, clearly.
Well, okay. While mapping radio waves across the universe, astronomers happened upon our show, and they said, well, get that off the... No. While mapping radio waves across the universe, astronomers happened upon an object in space which was releasing giant bursts of energy, of radio waves, and it's unlike anything they've ever seen before. This spinning space object, spotted in March of 2018, beamed out radiation 3 times per hour, and in those moments it became the brightest source of radio waves viewable from the Earth, acting like a celestial lighthouse, as though it were trying to send a signal.
Is it instructions on how to build a spaceship?
I don't know. Astronomers think that it might be a remnant of a collapsed star, either a dense neutron star or a dead white dwarf with strong magnetic field, or it could be something else entirely, but it is mysterious, and they don't know what it is. There is some thought that it could be some entity trying to signal us. What is it Plans for Building a Spaceship? What movie is that from?
Contact.
Oh, yeah, that
Jodie
horrible
Foster.
movie.
I like that movie.
I've told you about that movie. That movie was so dreadful and boring. My wife and I said, well, we've got to go see Contact because everybody's talking about it. And we went into the theater, and we were a little late, and we sat down. We go, well, we'll pick it up. We'll pick up the story. And so we're watching it, and I'm going, God, this is boring. This is really bad. But we watched it all the way through, and then I went, wait a minute, we went into the wrong theater. We were in there and it was half over, and it was still too long. What a
Normal
terrible
Starfleet
movie.
channel has nothing on it but static. I'm getting something on another frequency, but it's not Starfleet.
Put it on audio.
Mm-hmm. And Smart Food has Doritos nacho cheese popcorn coming out, so there you go. You know, Smart Food makes the bagged popcorn. They're gonna release Doritos nacho cheese popcorn pretty soon. Oh, they have cinnamon sugar donut popcorn.
Ooh, I'll take that.
And cinnamon sugar cupcake popcorn.
Ooh. I'll take that as well.
Well, you'll have to go to Sam's Club, apparently.
Oh, I don't.
Yeah. All right.
I don't go to Sam's Club.
That's
maybe I know somebody who.
You stand outside of Sam's Club. I can't go in there, but you give him $20
can you get...
and send him in.
That's the information you need right now. So.
All right. Sports weather traffic.
Donovan Mitchell, I've had a concussion. I know how difficult it can be to recover from it and get back to normal. But could you speed it up, please?
Did you see that video of the Phoenix Suns beating the hell out of the Jazz?
I know.
And I don't remember the player's name on the Suns who's just having he had this incredible game, and I saw him do a dunk. Somebody passed the ball up in the air, and he did an alley-oop dunk. Man.
Yeah, it's bad. 105-97.
Ooh.
And come on, Donna, isn't there some pill we can give him? Get over that concussion faster. Give him a pill.
Yeah.
Let's see. They play the Memphis Grizzlies next, so hopefully Donovan will be back for that. The Utes basketball, they lost to Washington State Cougars yesterday, 71-54. Utah State Aggies beat San Diego State 75-57. Excuse me. BYU plays Santa Clara. That game is a late game, 9 o'clock today. Weber State today, 6 o'clock. They play the Northern Colorado Bears, and UVU playing today at 6 against the Chicago State Cougars. That's your sports weather. So we're in this the air's pretty good. It's sunny skies, blue skies. Enjoy that for the next couple of days before the haze starts building back in. Pretty chilly today, though. Only a high of 36 expected. Traffic has been pretty light this morning. I don't see any slowages on the UDOT website. And that earlier crash up in Davis County is the only one that's being reported, 4850 South Midland Drive in Roy, all the way up to Roy to find an accident to tell you about. Let's keep it that way this morning, unless you see something that needs to be referred to the friends of the program. You can send it to us, 33986.
All right. You can call now and line up to beat Gina if you'd like. Easy Mozart trivia coming up. 877-602-9696. If you beat Gina at this easy multiple choice Mozart trivia, you will win a Radio from Hell coffee mug suitable for murder. But if she beats you, you need to be able to do something in her name, like visit a local business or donate to a local charity or something like that. So 877-602-9696. Geek News now brought to you by
New Year resolution, read more comics. This month, the epic comic series from Fiona Staples and Brian K. Vaughan, Saga, only at the Nerd Store at Valley Fair Mall and Dr. Volt's in Mill Creek.
I know Dr. Volt's had a lot of Saga swag to give away because of the return of this comic book that is beloved.
Hey, Carrie, speaking of comic books, and this is Geek News, I had this really, I want Donald Duck comics.
Yeah.
And I want to, because I don't know why I started thinking about them, but how bizarre they were.
Mm-hmm.
They were like just crazy weird, and I want to get some. Well, I guess I could get them at Dr. Volt's. Right?
Oh, sure. They got a lot of back issues there, yeah.
Yeah, I'd like to. I just want to read like a collection of Donald Duck comics. I used to read them, and Scrooge McDuck.
They may or may not be available in a collection or graphic novel type format. I would just suggest you go to the back issues at Volt's.
Okay.
Under D.
Okay.
And go through the issues and pick out a few. You can probably find a few for $1 or so.
Yeah. All right.
Well, good news for I don't know who. If you like the Mortal Kombat movie that was just out recently, good news is they're working on a sequel. No director has been named yet. The actors have not been called yet, but we got a script writer, by golly, and it's the guy who is currently Jeremy Slater, who is currently the writer behind the upcoming Moon Knight series and Fox's series, The Exorcist, which I heard good things about. I never got around to watching, but I heard good things about it. So he is working on a script for the sequel, so good luck with that. Are you a fan of the Stargate? Are you a fan of Independence Day?
Sure.
You a fan of both of those?
Kinda. Independence Day. Kinda.
You like that one?
Kinda, yeah.
You like the Roland Emmerich?
No.
Well, he's the guy behind both of those. So
I know.
He is, the Sci-Fi Network has just picked up a new series called The Ark from Roland Emmerich, the guy who brought us Independence Day, Stargate, and more importantly, Universal Soldier. Set 100 years in the future, The Ark is about a group of humans who set off to colonize another planet on a ship called Ark 1. On the way, the ship has a massive disaster, and the few remaining survivors must keep themselves alive if they want to save all of humanity. Sounds an awful lot like Lost in Space, also a show that was on in the 80s called Earth 2, I believe.
Yep.
We'll see what Roland Emmerich brings to this dinner. They've ordered 12 episodes of the show, so you're going to see it. So Ark 2 on the Sci-Fi Channel coming in a while. You have to worry about it for a while. Another one you don't have to worry about for a while, but I'm looking forward to is a live-action, Ed Brass, pay attention, a live-action Godzilla TV series on Apple Plus.
Live action.
They have partnered with Legendary for their new original live-action show based on the creatures and the mysterious monster tracking organization seen in the popular MonsterVerse films. So it's a Legendary television show executive produced by Chris Black, who is the sci-fi veteran behind Star Trek Enterprise and Robert Kirkman's series Outcast. Also, Matt Fraction, who is a great comic book writer. He is responsible for, if you watch the Hawkeye TV series, that was essentially just, let's take Matt Fraction's Hawkeye series and make it into a TV show. So if you enjoyed that, you're going to enjoy this. I'd be curious to see what Matt has brought to this, but it's a live-action Godzilla Mothra. They're going to explore the whole Monarch group, the people who are behind the monsters.
If it's live action, does that mean there's going to be a guy in a Godzilla suit? A rubber Godzilla suit?
You and I are the only ones, maybe you, I, and Lee George Cade are the only ones hoping that that's the case.
God, I think that would be great.
Because I want that more than anything is guy in suit.
Yep.
Make it look as Power Rangers as possible. And I'm a happy boy. Let's see. We'll just skip a couple of things here real quick. Why the Last Man is officially dead. I know that the showrunner Eliza Clark said she'd like to shop it around to some other networks. No other networks interested. And finally this, to celebrate the upcoming 25th season of South Park, Trey Parker and Matt Stone assembled a 30-piece Broadway orchestra with singers. And you'll see this on the premiere to do a live, well, not live, but a big version of the classic song, Kyle's Mom is a Bitch. It's going to be... So, it's that's going to be, imagine that, a 30-piece Broadway orchestra and singers performing that song. And that will be on the premiere of South Park on Comedy Central, February 2nd. Good luck with that, everyone. Traffic, please, Gina.
Crash southbound US 89 at the ramp to go I-15 in North Salt Lake in Davis County, off to the right shoulder. That's really it, though. We've had light traffic so far this morning. Let's keep it that way. If you see something, though, that's not light, that's heavy, that's trouble, that people need to know about, you can text us 33986. For over 65 years, they've been part of your community. The name is changing. Commitment to you is not. Welcome to You First, YouFirstCU.com.
All right. Okay, we will, we got Beat Gina next, and the lines are open. So your chance to win, very, very good. I mean, let's be honest. I don't make these questions hard at all.
You could, but you don't.
I could make them hard, but I don't, because we have a limited amount of time, and we need to. It's just a way to give away a mug. 877-602-9696. Beat Gina at Mozart Trivia, multiple choice, extremely easy, and you'll win that Radio from Hell Suitable for Murder coffee mug. But also, more importantly, right after these messages, your first word in the $1,000 a day giveaway, $1K a day, and this is your first chance to enter to win. Sure, most contests, when you enter to win, you get one chance to enter. We're giving you 6 different chances to enter just today to win the $1,000 that we're giving away today. So stay tuned for all the instructions regarding that right after these messages. And now a message from the State of Utah COVID Task Force.
You know, you may need a COVID test. Now, they're saying if you have symptoms, don't get tested, just quarantine for 5 days, don't test. But you may need testing if you don't have symptoms, but you want to travel. And there are all kinds of guidelines about doing that, how to get a test if you're going to travel. Not all travel destinations accept the type of tests offered at testing locations here in Utah. Some travel destinations require testing to be done at specific locations, or they include QR codes, and it's kind of confusing. But for information on travel requirements and testing for travel requirements, you can visit the CDC website, and that website is available, a link there at coronavirus.utah.gov. And it's very confusing. So if you're planning travel, go to coronavirus.utah.gov and find out all the information you need. Now, did you find the Mitt Romney?
I did find the Mitt Romney.
All right, let me just read to you briefly where he did this. It was during a surprise appearance at a dinner this week.
Did he pop out of a cake?
For Washington, D.C. radio and television reporters, his top 10 list of reasons why he dropped out of the race for the White House earlier this year.
Oh, now I found the David Letterman. Is this a different thing that
Well,
you're
it says
talking about?
Romney. It says here Romney offered the David Letterman-style list, written with the help of several campaign advisors, at the Radio and Television Correspondents Annual Awards dinner Wednesday night. A video of the appearance is available on YouTube.
Now, see, I've got the David Letterman. I don't know if this is the same thing.
Why don't you do it, and I'll see if that's
I also
the same
have
thing.
the other one, too. So.
Top 10 reasons Mitt Romney dropped out of the presidential race. Well, here you have it. As topical as though torn from today's headlines. Exactly right. Top 10 reasons Mitt Romney dropped out of the presidential race. Here we go, number 10. Harsh Midwest weather was murder on his split ends. Number 9.
Is that?
This is not the Mitt Romney one. This is Letterman's, but let's see which one is funnier.
Okay.
Wants to devote more time to his rap persona, P. Mitty. P. Mitty. Number 8. Polls show public doesn't want a president who looks like a casino greeter.
That's good.
Number 7, just couldn't compete with the Ron Paul juggernaut. Number 6.
That's funny.
Unveiling a new line of honey-roasted Rom Nuts. What? What? What?
Honey-roasted Rom Nuts.
Honey-roasted Rom Nuts. I don't know what's the matter with the guy. Number 5, that bastard Zogby had it in for him. Number 4, apparently America's not ready for a white male president. Number 3.
That's good.
That's a good one.
Number 3. No, number 3, a writer suffering from mitt withdrawal. Number 2, there was that little problem of nobody voting for him. And the number 1 reason Mitt Romney dropped out of the presidential race, lost all of his money betting on the Patriots.
There you go.
It's time for your first keyword in the X96 1K a day cash bribe. We give you 6 of these a day. Each of those an entry into the contest for local people. Not local people cannot win this. Local people can win this. And it's easy. We give you a keyword, you text it in. If you collect all 6 keywords during the day, that's 6 entries into the contest. That's the best chance you have to win. So you can start right now by texting the word cinema. Cinema. Not like Kirsten Cinema from Arizona. No. Like the movies. CINEMA. Cinema. Text it to 33986 now to enter to win.
All right. Well, there we go. Thank you very much. Okay, let's get this going with Beat Gina. That's not the right...
No.
I can't do my intro unless I have the proper music.
There we go.
It's time to play Beat Gina right now. It's the game show that's more fun than a Slinky. And you know that Slinky, Slinky, Slinky is a wonderful, wonderful toy. You know that Slinky, Slinky, Slinky is fun for girls and boys. So this game must be really fun. And now, as he slinks into the game show studio, let's welcome with hosannas the host of hosts, Carrie Jack Jackson.
Host of hosts. I like that.
Hosanna!
Thank
Mr.
you.
Jackson.
Am I supposed to do this? Is that the...
Yes, exactly.
doing it right?
Bravo. Bravo. Yeah.
Get your sackcloth and ashes.
Yes. Thank you. All right. We had 3 contestants on the phone. We tossed a coin off the air to determine who the contestant would be. Now, I neglected to grab the name of the contestant. Who do we... Kate? Daniel. Daniel is the contestant. Hi, Daniel.
Hello.
Hi, Daniel. Okay, so we've got Mozart trivia today because if Mozart had lived, he would be 83 today.
Really?
Am I
Yes,
doing
you're a
that?
little off, I think.
Am I a little off? Okay. Mozart, the composer. Boy, this is noisy as hell, Daniel. I
Daniel,
can't
what-
even hear myself think.
What is the noise, Daniel?
Yeah.
Let me put you on a not speaker.
Yes.
Yeah,
that would be helpful.
that should have been instructed to you in the producer's booth. You should be instructed not to be on a speakerphone. You should be directly on a telephone.
There you go.
They probably did. It was probably my fault.
All right,
Okay,
thank you,
much
Daniel.
better.
All right. Now, we have chosen you as a contestant. Now, if Gina beats you, which could happen, what
It's
are you
happened before.
What are you prepared to do for Gina if she wins? We're going to give you a Radio from Hell coffee mug if you win, but what about if she wins?
We are gonna go on a date night.
Yes.
And
to
now we've
street tacos in Salt Lake City.
A
To
street taco
street
date.
tacos.
Okay.
All right. Thank you,
All right.
Daniel. Okay. Well, let's toss a coin to determine who goes first. It does give you an advantage in the game, Daniel. Heads or tails? Daniel, tails. All right. You got to be listening and pay attention. We keep thinking that we lose you. Coin
There's
toss.
feedback. So I could hear too.
Is there a button you could push there, Katie, to make that go away? Heads is the coin toss win.
Is Daniel hearing us double? Is that what the
Apparently. So
Yeah.
if you were to remove one of those buttons, I'm sure it would fix it. All right. Let's get going here. I forgot who won the coin toss now.
Daniel.
Daniel won the coin toss. So let's get Daniel going. First question for Daniel to answer.
It got worse. Sorry. We could hear you. But...
Well, we can't play the game this way.
No, we can't. Can
We could just give Daniel a damn coffee mug and let it go with that.
It's a lot better.
Oh.
Is that
Okay.
better now? Okay. So Daniel's going first. Have I got that right?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. Okay, so this question is for Daniel first. If and you get a chance to answer it exclusively. If you get it right, you get the point. If not, I'll give it to Gina. She gets a chance to steal the point away from you. We'll go back and forth until somebody gets 3 points. Okay, Daniel, here's your first question. Mozart. What instrument did Mozart hate? He hated a particular instrument. Was it A, the trumpet, B, the three-nozzled blueser, C, the electro-cardio flukes, or D, well, the piano, of course.
A.
A, the trumpet? That is correct. All right.
That's 1 point for Daniel. That's 1 point for Daniel. That's 1 point for Daniel.
Don't mess him up, Johnny.
And now, Gina, it's your turn.
Okay.
Gina.
Mm-hmm.
Mozart's father was also a composer. What was Mozart's father's name? Was it A, P.D.Q. Bach, B, Leopold, C, Frank Sinatra, or D, a young Jedi named Darth Vader, who was a pupil of mine before he turned to evil?
I'm going to go with B.
Daniel, don't answer the question for Gina.
Gina's question. Daniel.
It's 1-1.
This,
It's 1-1.
Yes.
And now, Daniel gets the question.
I'm not having a good week, Daniel, and you're not helping. All right. Let's see. Let's go to this question. Part of the myth surrounding the magic flute, Daniel, which is one of his great compositions, part of the myth surrounding the magic flute is its association with what secret society? Was it A, the liberal coastal media elite, B, the Illuminati, C, the deep state, or D, the Freemasons?
D.
The Freemasons is
That's correct. It's 2-1 for Daniel, but now Gina has a chance to tie this gripping game.
You're going to tie the game. All right.
All right.
Gina, what is the Mozart effect? What is the Mozart effect? Is it A, remembering the name being the Berenstein Bears spelled with an E instead of an A? Is it B, the belief that vinyl records sound warmer than CDs or digital recordings? Is it C, the belief that listening to Mozart music can make you smarter? Or D, if you listen to Mozart while walking up the stairs backwards on a Thursday night at 2 a.m., you will see his face at the top of the stairs?
Oh, my, this is a difficult one.
As much as I love every one of those answers, I'm going to say it's that it makes you smarter. If
C
you
is
listen.
The game is tied. Oh, my goodness. It's 2-2. Daniel, it's your turn, and you have a chance to slam dunk Gina.
All right, Daniel. Which famous rock star named their son after Mozart? Was it A, Eddie Van Halen, B, Johnny Fontaine, C, Jet Screamer, or D, Scott Pilgrim?
B.
Johnny Fontaine?
Yes.
Is that your that is incorrect. Johnny Fontaine was the singer in the movie The Godfather. Sorry,
Gina.
Gina, you
Win
get
the
a
game
chance
now,
to
Gina.
steal.
Let's little bitty Wolfgang Van Halen.
Very good. Yes,
There you
go.
Gina wins that exciting edition, that not annoying at all edition.
Not at all.
Of Meet Gina.
You know what?
It's so bad. I could hear.
I appreciate Daniel working his way through the technical difficulties, and I think that alone, even though he didn't beat me, that alone lets him deserve a Radio from Hell diner style coffee mug.
Unprecedented.
Oh,
Wow, this never happens, Daniel. You should be.
Oh, no, never.
Never happens. Okay, so hang on the line, and we'll get.
I'm going to go.
I don't blame you.
I have to. I have a singing lesson. The song we're doing is Little Sir Echo, so I'm working on that.
Okay. If I could leave, I would as well. All right. Thank you. Do you want to try another?
Yeah,
question?
give me another one.
Let's see. Let's go with. Okay. Now again, I'm only as good as the information given me.
Okay.
What does Mozart's ear refer to? Mozart's ear.
Okay.
Is it A, the ability to hear horses approaching by putting your ear to the ground?
Okay.
B, a type of physical deformity? C, the result of a direct punch to the outer ear without adequate blood flow, the cartilage is starved of vital nutrients? Or is it D, the practice of placing a lit cone-shaped candle into the ear?
I guess B, maybe?
A type of physical deformity, which I had never heard of, Mozart's ear being a type of physical deformity.
Wasn't Mozart was deaf?
No, you're thinking
That's
of Beethoven.
Beethoven.
Oh, that's right. Okay. Mozart was decomposing.
Mozart's ear is a congenital arterial deformity, which is mainly characterized by a bulging appearance of the anterior superior portion of the auricle. I don't know, these are big words.
He had a messed up ear, apparently.
Yeah.
So there you go. Traffic, Gina, please.
Crash at the on-ramp from southbound US 89 to go on Beck Street or I-15 southbound in North Salt Lake. The right lane and shoulder are blocked near the refinery. Stay to your left in order to get by there. That's the only incident that UDOT's reporting, though. Let me check our message stream. Let's see. No, I don't see anything there. But if you want to share something with friends of the program that you think they need to know, I'll pass it along for you. 33986. Excuse me, is where you do that. Feldman's Deli wants to thank their customers for their generous support during these challenging times. They're open, offering dine-in, patio, and takeout service Tuesday through Saturday, 8 a.m. to 8 p.m. Come in for a nosh at Utah's only authentic Jewish deli. For more information, go to feldmansdeli.com.
So far, the best text of the morning is Beat Gina. The game's so nice, Daniel heard it twice. There we go. Thank you. Boners round one.
Yeah, here are the candidates you'll be considering. Boner candidate number 1. Well, it's just a naked mouse. Yes, but it's a lady mouse. A naked lady mouse. Boner candidate number 2. Yeah, Smith, that's a real knee slapper. And boner candidate number 3. You say that, and then you vote against family planning and abortion.
There we go. We got round one of your boners. Some news stories that you need to know about. All of that coming up. Stand by. Wendy's for breakfast. You will get a better breakfast at Wendy's when you order any breakfast sandwich. But for a limited time only, this is such a great deal. During breakfast hours, whatever wakes you up in a Wendy's cup is free with any breakfast sandwich. Again, this is for a limited time only, so you may want to take advantage of this today. I mean, you're late for wherever it is you're heading right now anyway. So stop by, buy your breakfast Baconator, your honey butter chicken biscuit, one of the croissant sandwiches. I love the sausage croissant with egg and cheese myself. That's delicious. Get any breakfast sandwich, and your favorite drink is free. So if you're a coffee person, yeah, fresh brewed coffee, free. If it's in a Wendy's cup, it's free. Sodas, people drink sodas for breakfast. Sure they do. Diet Coke, Coca-Cola, Dr. Pepper, whatever they have on tap, ask for a large at Wendy's because it's free. Or you could order what I love, the Vanilla Frosty Chino, cold brewed coffee, plus Frosty Creamer over ice, and it's free. So pick up your Wendy's breakfast sandwich, the superior breakfast sandwich, and get any size drink in a Wendy's cup for free. Limited time only at participating Wendy's. Hit the drive-thru.
Today, we examine another group of words used by most Utahns called L words, or words that end in ELL. And to help you with today's lesson, each time an L word is used in the following dialogue, a bell will sound. Imagine, if you will, our two friends, LeVar and LeGrand, together in LeVar's trailer house. The TV is on. A conversation ensues. Again, these are L words.
I love this TV show.
Yeah.
I am so glad that someone is showing the reruns of McKell's Navy.
Me too. You know, I would just love to set sail with McKell myself. Hey, you remember the one when the wacky crew of PT Boat 73 tried to save that beached well?
Oh, yeah. They had a hard time because of this big storm.
Yeah.
Gale force winds and hell stones the size of golf balls.
Yeah, yeah.
But they saved that well anyway. McKell did not fell.
Well, no thanks to Gruber. Yeah, that was quite a tell, though. Hey, listen, give me some of them snacks, would you? I'm hungry.
Sure.
Uh-oh.
What?
Trell mix.
Yeah.
You're not going to like this, LeGrand, but Trell mix makes me thirsty for just one thing.
You're not going to be drinking beer in front of me, are you, LeVar?
Oh, no. I'm going to have me a glass of L.
L is beer?
Yeah, but this is pretty mild. It's that Pell L from Squatters. It's so mild I can drink a whole bucket of it.
You'd get drunk if you drunk a whole Pell of Pell L. Then you'd get throwed in jail, and I'd have to bail you out. Oh, hey, looky here what I got in the mail. It's a flyer from Deseret Book. It says here that Dan Quell is coming to town to sign copies of his new book.
Boy, the liberals sure rode Bush and Quell out of Washington on a rel. They fought tooth and nail, but it wasn't enough. Hey, I hear that this new book of his really lifts the veil of secrecy about Washington life and what really went on. You know, I'd like to see him. What Deseret book is he at?
Well, the one by that big jewelry store.
Big jewelry store. You mean Morgan's Jewelers?
Nope. Zell's.
Okay, here we go. You know what that sound means. It's time for Boner Round 1. 3 news stories. These are examples of bad, stupid, or funny human behavior, and you will decide with your vote of these 3 candidates which one is the worst, which one deserves to go forward to Boner Fight and get that chance to become Boner of the Day. If it wins here, it will then go up against the winner of Round 2's voting. We do this again at 8:20 with 3 more candidates. We get another winner there, take both of the winners, one from each round, send them forward to Boner Fight. You'll vote for Boner of the Day at 9:20 this morning. That's when that goes down. So right now, here we be, round 1. Send one of these 3 forward. 2 candidates now, a third coming up in a bit. Once you've heard all 3, you'll vote. One of you lucky random Boner voters will receive.
I can't buy it, gotta win it. Radio from Hell Boner t-shirt.
Boner candidate number 1. Well, it's just a naked mouse. Well, yeah, but it's a naked lady mouse. A Tennessee school board has banned schools from teaching a brilliant, and it says here, beloved, graphic novel about the Holocaust.
Isn't it an award winner, too?
Oh, yeah, it's won a lot of awards.
Yeah.
Eisner's, Pulitzer's. It's one
in a unanimous vote the day before Holocaust Remembrance Day, which is today. The move to ban Art Spiegelman's Maus, M-A-U-S is how it's spelled, first reported by the Tennessee Holler, is the latest in a wave of book banning sweeping the country, especially in school districts in conservative states. The McMinn County School Board's 10 members voted to take Maus from the curriculum and school libraries, citing its use of the phrase, it's the Lord's name in vain, GD.
That's the reason?
That's the reason.
And its drawings of naked pictures, though those naked pictures are cartoon mice. This is a brilliant graphic novel. Yeah. The mice are the Jewish population during the Holocaust, and the cats are Nazis. And it is an incredibly effective book. Some school board members said that the ban was not related to the book's depiction of the Holocaust, as it tells the story of author Spiegelman's father in a German concentration camp, where Jews were with Jews depicted as mice and Nazis as cats. It was serialized over a 10-year period and then collected in a book that in 1992 became the first and so far the only graphic novel to win the Pulitzer Prize. Asked for comment on Wednesday evening, Spiegelman sent the Daily Beast a bookmark that he had designed for Book Week a few years ago, and the story is cut off right there, so I don't
This is
It's ridiculous.
It's
These
damned
are the things
ridiculous.
that scare me.
And this is the kind of stuff that's going to be coming to your town soon, folks. These are the kind of people. These are the kind of people. They're rallying. They're trying their best to get into elected office so they can do things like this. So they can ban books.
It's already happened here.
Don't give me this. Both parties are the same crap. The Democrats are not banning books.
They're banning morality, Kerry. That's what they're
it?
banning.
Is that it?
Yeah.
Okay.
Boner candidate number 1. It's just a naked mouse. Yes, but it's a naked lady mouse.
And as Atropos reminds us, what Dr. Henry Jones Sr. said, goose-stepping morons like yourself should try reading books instead of burning them.
Yes.
Here's boner candidate number 2. Yeah, Smith, that's a real knee slapper. I just thought it's harmless, but it's been a whole week a week and a half since the Dallas Cowboys were booted out of the playoffs by the 49ers. But Stephen A. Smith, I think he's a sports commentator and broadcaster. He's not letting off the gas. He's taking the opportunity to dunk on the Cowboys. What he did was he tweeted out a Wordle puzzle and with just one word on it at the top. And it was choke. Wow! You got him, Steve! Yeah, Smith, that's a real funny knee slapper. Lord. Boner candidate number 2. Coming up in a moment, boner candidate number 3. You say that, and then you vote against family planning and abortion.
All right. We got candidate number 3 for round 1 coming up in just a few moments. But right now, do we have some stories?
I've got Howard Stern stories here, and then an interesting observation about Mr. Stern. Why don't we sponsor that?
All right.
Sure. I know Carrie's doing dry January. I know lots of people are.
Me too.
Big Bill's doing dry January.
I have wine. A little bit of wine.
Well, y'all should go to Boozteak because Ivy is there to help you with non-alcoholic gin. You should try that, Bill. See what that's like. Whiskey, non-alcoholic whiskey, plus red and white zero alcohol wine and bubbly for special occasions. 11 a.m.-ish to 7 p.m. Monday through Saturday at Boozteak.
All right.
Howard Stern. There are 2 stories about Howard Stern here, or featuring Howard Stern. He has slammed Joe Rogan for spreading misinformation about the COVID-19 vaccine. Now, he says he didn't want to see Spotify take him off. He says he's got a right to be there, but he's spouting nonsense. And you have to agree with that. But Spotify did make its decision. They took Neil Young off the platform and kept Joe Rogan there because Joe Rogan makes a lot of money. Howard Stern also has urged Meatloaf's family to speak out on COVID vaccines following Meatloaf's death earlier this month. TMZ reported at the time that Meatloaf had been seriously ill with COVID and his condition became critical, and then he died. It was unknown whether he was vaccinated. Well, he apparently had challenged COVID mandates, and it's still unclear, but they're saying he probably wasn't vaccinated, and he died. He got COVID, and that contributed to, he had a lot of other health issues, and that's what ultimately killed him. And Howard Stern says, his family ought to come out and say, get vaccinated.
I agree.
Then I saw this, a tweet. For those of you under the age of 40 who don't have any idea who Howard Stern is, Howard Stern is an elderly trans woman who used to make fart noises on the radio.
Who said that?
Just a tweeter. I just thought it was hilarious. Howard Stern is an elderly trans woman who used to make fart noises on the radio. Moderna. They say they've given their COVID-19 booster shots they have a COVID booster shot that is specific to the Omicron variant. And they've given it to the first participant in their phase 2 clinical trial. Research published yesterday in the New England Journal of Medicine found that a booster dose of the vaccine remained durable against the Omicron variant, but did show signs of waning antibody protection. Pfizer and BioNTech, members of the other major COVID vaccine, announced earlier this week that they also had begun their own Omicron-specific booster shots. A study shows that 65% of people with Omicron, the Omicron variant, and I guess they're starting to identify it in testing. There's a way to identify it now, or they're making that effort. They say that 66% of people with the Omicron variant had COVID-19, the Delta, before they got Omicron. The study showed they studied 3,582 volunteers who had tested positive for Omicron variant, and 64% of those people confirmed they had previously had a confirmed case of coronavirus.
That's interesting.
Yeah. New charges have been leveled at a former BYU associate professor charged with sexually abusing a student. Now faces criminal charges after police say that he engaged in quote, ecclesiastical abuse to accomplish his sex abuse of two other students who have now come forward. Michael James Clay is charged with 7 counts of forcible sexual abuse and other charges involving 3 students between 2017 and 2020. The victims allegedly were associated with Mr. Clay through BYU. He was their professor. Some of them helped him with research. They all interacted with him in a one-on-one interaction that mirrored therapy sessions, according to police affidavits. Court documents allege that Clay discouraged at least 2 of the victims from visiting a licensed therapist. They could just get therapy from him. They told the victims, the victims told police that Clay would use religion to manipulate them, including giving priesthood blessings to them or talking to them about their spiritual alignment, the charging documents say. He used his position as an associate professor to convince them to continue visiting with him and not talk to other people about what was going on. The University of Utah reports sexual assault at a fraternity house. This is just coming out now. It apparently happened in September of 2021. An alert stated that on Wednesday, January 26th, the Office of Equal Opportunity and Affirmative Action was notified of that assault that happened way back in September of 2021. At around 1 o'clock in the morning, it was the Kappa Sigma Fraternity House on University Street. It was reported that a student was attending a Wine Wednesday party at the frat house with friends. Wine provided by the chapter. The victim said that they were sexually assaulted while in the dance floor room of the fraternity house. Online sales of booze coming to Utah.
What's that? What is this online sale of booze you speak of?
The agency that regulates Utah alcohol sales is asking the legislature for nearly $3.2 million to start a pilot program to let state-run liquor stores sell liquor online. Under the Department of Alcohol Beverage Control's plan, 2 liquor stores would start, and this is just at the beginning of this to see how it goes, they would start click and collect systems to sell alcoholic products online. One of the stores would be relocated in the relocated store in West Valley on Market Drive. It's scheduled to open later this year. It's being built out to accommodate the online program. So what they would do essentially is that they would allow you to peruse their wares online, make an order online, and then go pick it up at the liquor store.
That would be very handy.
Yeah, and you'd have to, I mean, that you can control that. You'd have to show ID.
I'm still leaving the house, though. I mean,
Yeah. Yeah, I know you want delivery, but let's not,
But it's nice to not have to go wander up and down the aisles if you specifically know what you want.
I never wander in the liquor store. I know exactly what I am after and where to go.
No, I think you would get curbside service, though.
Well, now that's okay.
I think you don't have to go in and pick it up. That you can get it at the curb. But even if you did have to just go into the register, but I think they're doing this to kind of accommodate COVID. They're saying,
if it's curbside, I'm all for it. If I have to go in and get it, that's just like going to the liquor store. It's the same thing.
We mentioned this before, but a coyote was seen in Sugar House. People are worried about that because coyotes will eat your dog or your cat.
Yes, yes.
Levi Clark was headed to brunch last Sunday, and he was at 1300 East in Westminster. It's a busy area.
Yeah.
And he said, I looked right out my window and I was like, that's a dog. No, wait, that's a weird looking dog. That's a coyote. And there is a picture of it. And yeah, it's a coyote.
Mm-hmm.
Clark and his friends immediately pulled over and began to take pictures and video. The coyote kind of just was sitting in a front yard, kind of kicking back.
And now, see, we talked about this some other time. It was a few days ago or last week, I can't remember.
Mm-hmm.
And I said how paranoid I was, and I always watch the alerts here in the neighborhood for, spotted a cougar, coyote, or mountain lion. And so I make sure, and the dogs are always supervised. I got like 5 email from 5 different people who live kind of in the area.
Yeah.
Was sending a picture of their small animal and saying, yeah, this is Coco. And Coco, I stood and watched as a coyote dragged her.
Oh, jeez.
Gary,
dragged her away.
This won't make you feel any better either. These guys who spotted this coyote, they kept kind of watching it and following it a little bit. And they said, it looks like he's got something in his mouth. It's a cat.
I saw that photo.
Yeah.
I saw it. It was disturbing. So supervised potty breaks, you two. You hear that?
It's not uncommon to have coyotes in a urban setting. There are coyotes in Los Angeles.
Oh yeah.
So, let's see. We out of time? I got one more. If we
well, hang on to it.
Okay.
We'll get to more stories coming up. Weather, traffic.
So you got a couple nice days for coyote viewing. The haze is gone until later this weekend, it looks like. Right, blue skies, sunny skies. A little cold today, though, only 36 for a high. I took Riley and Mohammed out for a walk because I have to walk my son. He needs to be walked every day.
Mm-hmm. On a leash.
He's wearing his shorts, and he said, it's kind of warm, isn't it? And I'm like, you are a Utah child through and through.
Well,
it's 37 degrees.
I was wearing flip-flops yesterday, and I was out shopping at the grocery store.
You're a Utah boy.
Yeah.
The haze building back in by Saturday, it looks like. Traffic, UDOT isn't reporting anything, but a friend of the program texted in that they saw some police activity westbound 201 at Mountain View Corridor exit. Thank you, whoever sent that in to 33986. If you see something, you can send it in too. Are you searching for Pokemon? Locally owned Haster Games has the best selection of Pokemon, Dungeons & Dragons, Magic, and more. Shop online at HasterGames.com or visit the store 6831 South State. Curbside service is available.
Here's boner candidate number 3. Carrie, get the quote, the soundbite ready, if you would, please. Here it is. I'll give you a little intro. The title of this boner candidate is, You Say That, and Then You Vote Against Family Planning and Abortion. Senator Ron Johnson, Republican of Wisconsin, was asked about legislation to reduce child care costs, and this is what he said about that.
All right, hang on. Let me make sure I get this from the beginning. It's tricky. Here we go.
People decide to have families and become parents. That's something they need to consider when they make that choice. I've never really felt it was society's responsibility to take care of other people's children.
Well,
you say that,
yeah,
Senator Johnson, and then you vote against family planning and abortion. Boner candidate number 3.
Yeah, man.
You chose to have kids, so...
Well, no, I didn't. I couldn't get an abortion. Let's review the first 2 and vote.
Boner candidate number 1. Well, it's just a naked mouse. Yes, but it's a naked lady mouse. This is the school board in Tennessee banning the Pulitzer Prize winning graphic novel about the Holocaust. And if you've never seen it, please, you can find it at the library, in bookstores. I'm sure it's available.
It's very available.
To download online from a library. It's called Mouse, M-A-U-S, and it's a brilliant piece of work.
It's a great story with great art.
Boner candidate number 2. Yeah, Smith, that's a real knee slapper. This is just a dumb one, but he thought he's being really clever. A Wordle that said choke on it, and then he tweeted it at the Cowboys, the Dallas Cowboys. Yeah, that's funny. And boner candidate number 3, you say that, and then you vote against family planning and abortion.
Okay, you've got to decide of these 3 candidates, which one is the worst? Which one deserves to go forward to boner fight and get that chance to become boner of the day? 1, 2, or 3, remember your candidate number, the one that you think should win. Put that single digit in the message of a text, and then text that to 33986. Pretty easy to do, all right? Or you can call the producer's booth. This is just as easy. Use your voice to vote. 877-602-9696. They'll take your call in Salt Lake. Or you can go online, x96.com. Look for the box that says Boner Voting January 27, 2022, and vote there. If you don't see that box, refresh your internet browser. It should appear. Click and vote. It's easy to do. This is round 1. The winner of this round goes forward to boner fight. Round 2 happens at 8:20. 3 more candidates, another winner there. That one's sent forward as well. Both winners at 9:20. You'll decide between those 2 champions who is boner of the day. This is round 1. Send it forward. Go.
There's a great a little video that I tweeted early this morning at RFH Bill.
Well, let me go look.
It's a little video of some mayor somewhere in Wisconsin, I think.
Yeah.
He's doing his Groundhog's Day thing with
Like
Jimmy
you.
the Groundhog.
Jimmy, that's
Sun
not a
Prairie-
groundhog name. It's not.
Why is Jimmy not a ground? Phil is a groundhog name. Why is Jimmy not a groundhog name? It's fine. If
Awfully
if
offensive
Princess,
about Jimmy.
Good God, Gina, you derail the story. Jimmy, that's not a groundhog. Why does Carrie Fisher call her dog Gary? It's fine. Anyway, Sun Prairie, Wisconsin, Jimmy the Groundhog, and the mayor Jonathan Freund is and he's an idiot. And I love the way they wrote this story on what is it, Gawker or Newsfeed? It's called Gawker's Newsfeed. Yeah. Low rent Punxsutawney Phil impersonator Jimmy the Groundhog has the annual task of predicting each February whether Sun Prairie, Wisconsin will experience 6 more weeks of winter. This year, the job got to him a little bit as he whispered his prognostication into Mayor Jonathan Freund's ear. The weather will be, got your ear, sucker! I'm biting your damn ear off. How do you like me now?
He gets a hold of it, too.
Yeah, he does.
He gets a good chomp in there.
Yeah. You watch the
He
little
keeps
video.
going. The mayor keeps going, though. He doesn't stop.
Yeah, flinching from the savage attack on his soundy flaps, Freund attempted to translate the bite from groundhog to English. He didn't see his shadow, the shaken mayor stammered, so it will be in early spring. Jimmy's handler is obviously concerned about the integrity of the little biter's predictive record, later clarified that he had actually been attempting to indicate that winter would last another 6 weeks. It is Wisconsin, after all.
So the mayor got it wrong altogether.
Yeah. The mayor's office responded that only the mayor can translate Jimmy's prediction, the Milwaukee Sentinel-Journal reports. But it's a funny video. Watch the little video.
My question is, what kind of a mayor name is Jonathan? I mean, really?
It's a fine mayor
That's a terrible
name.
mayor name.
Fine mayor name.
No, that's a terrible name.
Jimmy is not a good name for a groundhog. Jimmy's a nice guy. Groundhogs are mean.
Gino, why don't you just shut up?
A texter points out Jimmy the Groundhog was part of the Gambino family.
Exactly.
That's your confusion. So
What?
Jimmy
Getting
is a
awfully
perfectly
defensive.
fine name for a groundhog. Who died and made you the namer of all things?
I'm not the namer of all things.
You sure act like it. No, Val Kilmer is not dead.
Yet.
And what kind of a name is Val for a Kilmer?
Exactly.
The Kilmers never named their children Val. What's wrong with them?
All right, let's award round 1 of your boners.
All right, we'll do that. And then I've got to tell you why I will never, ever go to Loveland, Colorado. And Katie, I did tweet that, okay? So we had boner candidate number 1.
Brought to you.
Oh, brought to you in part by, thank you, I'm sorry. Brought to you in part by Double Pork Souvlaki.
And Valentine's Day is the big game of romance. You always go with the best players. That would be Lim Jewelers and their selection of exquisite gemstones. Go team. Go to limjewelers.com.
We had boner candidate number 1. Well, it's just a naked mouse. Yeah, but it's a lady mouse. This Tennessee school board banning the graphic novel Mouse from their school libraries. Boner candidate number 2. Yeah, Smith, that's a real knee slapper. Stephen A. Smith, hilariously, it says here, using Wordle to rip on the Cowboys because he put the word choke on the... Yeah. And boner candidate number 3, you say that and then you vote against family planning and abortion. Senator Ron Johnson of Wisconsin essentially talking out of both sides of his mouth. He's you've got to be responsible for your children, and it's your decision to raise them. It's not our job. It's not the government's job to take care of them. And let's see. Boy, it was great voting. Of course, Stephen A. Smith, he got 4 votes, but it was a battle between number 1 and number 3. Over 100, almost 150 votes for each one of them. But the winner, boner candidate number 1, banning the graphic novel Mouse.
That is the winner of round 1. It now goes forward to boner fight. It might be boner of the day. We shall see. Round 2, 8:20, 3 more candidates. Another winner there sent forward as well. Both winners, one of each round. Boner fight happens at 9:20. That's when you'll vote for boner of the day.
I woke up this morning to a tweet that my wife had left me, or a text that my wife had left me overnight, which said, there is a restaurant in Loveland, Colorado, and I think that's Denver adjacent, isn't it, Katie? Loveland? It's almost a suburb or something of Denver. And she said, this is your worst nightmare. And she was right. This restaurant is my worst nightmare. It's called the Ball Joint. Oh, no. And the Ball Joint features nothing but balled meat.
I mean,
Meatballs.
First of all, that name for a restaurant is not that does not sound appetizing.
Well, they think it is in the way they do it. They serve nothing but meatballs. For instance, they have balls and sauce. 3 balls of buffalo wings, and I don't know how they ball their buffalo wings. Okay. They make them into little balls. You can get a bucket of balls. Select your balls covered in your favorite sauce. You see how funny this joint is, too? A double bucket of balls. You can get a 2-baller. 2 balls in sauce. Or a 3-baller if you like. 3 balls in sauce. You can have a ball party. Or a ball party platter. A ball in the family meal. The big ball and party platter. Ballzania, which is little balls.
Ballzania?
Little balls of lasagna. I hate
the
idea.
Even their desserts are balls.
Yeah.
Balled, crispy, Rice Krispie treats.
I don't like meatballs because I just think it's ridiculous to go to the trouble to ball meat.
But if someone else is going to the trouble of balling it for you,
it's still stupid.
See, because I would try this place.
I wouldn't. Listen. I have a superpower, which is that I can immediately transport myself in the blink of an eye to the city of Denver. Now, I can't transport myself back. I have to get a ride or take a plane or something. But I don't know. I don't think I'm going to be using that superpower anytime in the future because I might just accidentally.
Do you notice what their website is what their URL is?
Toast.
Nope.
No. I don't know.
IwantBalls.com.
Well,
Yeah, I think I'm getting it through some other medium here, but...
Get those meatballs away from me.
Exactly. Exactly.
I like a meatball. I enjoy a meatball. And they have meatballs with all these different sauces and stuff. That sounds
Have at 'em. Have at 'em. That's fine. I think balled meat is ridiculous, and I don't like balled meat.
Put your balls in my mouth, Mr. Bucket. Put your balls in my head, Mr. Bucket.
They have balls on stuff.
Balls on stuff. Carrie,
Yeah.
you like stuff. You're a fan of stuff.
I like stuff.
That's, balls on pasta or balls on rice or balls on mac and cheese.
I'd try all these.
That's right. I'm Mr. Bucket. I'm Mr. Bucket. Toss your balls in my top. I'm Mr. Bucket.
No.
Out of my mouth I will pop. I'm Mr. Bucket. Walk in the run. I'm Mr. Bucket.
Ballerito Toscano. An Italian burrito in the shape of a ball. As a matter of fact, I hate balled meat even more now because this restaurant is too cute by half. Balls with stuff.
Here's the thing. I'm not a fan. I know this is anti-American to say. Not a fan of buffalo wings myself. Chicken wings.
Because they're too
just
messy?
They just seem like too much
right?
work and too much mess.
Yeah.
But if you're removing the meat and forming them into a ball, and I can dip them in this delicious sauce and just eat them, I might be a fan of this, I have to say.
Let me see. I'm not really quite clear how they do this. I think there may still be bones there, Carrie.
Why would you
my
have bones in
God.
the ball? No.
Oh my
What?
God! You know what? So Gina, are you still on the website?
No, I left IwantBalls.com.
I need you to go back to the
All right.
website and click on a picture of the buffalo wings, balls and sauce buffalo wings. Click on a picture of it to enlarge it. It looks like a ball sack, a scrotum, intentionally. I'm not eating a scrotum. I don't care.
Well, you're not.
I'm not going to eat something that looks like a scrotum.
Okay, I'm done with this stuff.
Am I right? They've done that on purpose.
If I didn't, I don't usually order pasta in restaurants, but I might try this. Fettuccine Alfredo, rich, creamy, delicious. It says quasi-Italian dish, so that's Gina, quasi-Italian. And it's got a couple of big meatballs on top of it.
All right, to each his own.
Now, instead of chicken parmesan, chicken balmaison. This looks great. Cantina rice bowl.
No.
The smothered ball-rito.
No.
They're awfully clever, aren't they?
Oh, they sure are. Too clever by half, I'd say. The ball joint. And I think there's more than one of them. I think
And then
it's
there's
a small chain.
There's the lasagna that just incorporates meatballs into the lasagna.
Now, if they're really gonna do this, they have beverages too. They have beer and stuff like. They need to really, come on, you guys, commit to the bit. Figure out a way to ball a beer. Figure out a way.
In a ball-shaped glass?
Maybe. They haven't done that though. If you're going to commit, go all the way. They got Bud Light, and they show a picture of a bottle of Bud Light. It's not a bottle of Bud Light ball.
Oh, and apparently Loveland is 50 miles north of Denver, so you'd have to, once you transported to Denver, you'd still have to drive considerable distance.
It's okay then, because I won't feel threatened if it's 50 miles away.
Okay, now people are really back to this whole balled meat thing that you've got. Does Bill believe in ground beef balled into small balls for tacos? So it's not like a proper ball?
It's not. It's not balled into small balls for tacos. It's ground beef. That's not small balls. I don't have any truck with small balls, though. If you have small balls, I won't take them.
When I was little and you asked me how to spell ball, I spelled it BA11. Because that's exactly what it looks like.
But you don't spell with numbers, Gina.
That's how I spelled it when I was little.
So you were a
was
particularly stupid child.
No, she was angling for a job at the license plate division, the customized license plate department. That's what she was angling.
BA11.
I knew there was something wrong with you.
But you're never going to look at it the same now that I brought that up. You're going to see BA11 when you see it.
You know what, Gina? I can almost guarantee that I will never think of that again.
And people are wondering if they play AC/DC's Big Balls song on repeat in the restaurant.
That's not bald. Oh, I don't know. I thought
Get those meatballs away from me.
Now, I don't
What
have
about
any...
Balls to the Wall. They'll play that. I could think of a whole playlist they could do.
Now, people have asked me, well, what about, meatloaf? I don't have any problem with loafed meat. You can loaf any kind of meat and I'll eat it. But ball meat, no. No bald meat. Won't have it.
It's just the shape is on. All right. Let's see. Traffic, Gina, please.
A friend of the program says disabled semi at the bottom of the off-ramp southbound I-15 at 21st Street. This is up in Ogden. Traffic is backed up onto the freeway. Thank you, whoever sent that in via text at 33986. UDOT's not reporting anything right now, so that's what you've got. Thank you.
If you want to see that restaurant, I tweeted it, and I think Katie did on the Radio from Hell tweet at RFH Bill or the Radio from Hell Twitter, and there you can see it there. And so thank you. And by the way, we should apologize for the political nature of that previous segment.
I know, right?
It's horrible.
And further apologies for the movie reviews coming up and the political nature therein. Sean Mean's reviewing movies coming up after these. Stand by for that. Also, round two of your boners. Randlife.com/X96.
Yep. Why? What? Randlife.com/X96. Well, that's where you can get a special offer from Rand Life, the local mortgage company. It's their 20th anniversary, and as part of that celebration and their long relationship with Radio from Hell and X96, they're giving X96 listeners a gift. It's the Rand Life Customer for Life discount. That's normally only given to returning clients. And if you go to randlife.com/X96, you can get that Customer for Life discount. And that means you will save money on closing costs or purchase price refinances, all of that kind of thing. Rand Life, they do things very well there when it comes to mortgaging or refinancing. I've refinanced a loan with them a couple of times, and it's been just absolutely seamless. So Utah's median housing cost in September, $500,000. So wouldn't you like to save a little money? Go to randlife.com/X96.
Well, I was going to mention this article a little bit more.
Oh, okay. This is the Tribune article?
Yeah, this guy calls me. And that's why, I don't know what Richie expected. He calls me. He asks for some quotes. So the first thing you want to do, obviously, is see if he got the quotes right.
Yeah.
Isn't that what you always do? If you're being quoted
I don't want
in
to
the
be
paper?
misquoted.
No.
I might come off looking stupid.
I'm just concerned my name's spelled right.
It is. And I was quoted correctly. I don't know about you, because you haven't looked yet.
I was rambling. I was doing my dishes when he called, so I had him on my jawbone,
I was...
you in the bathroom?
No, I was at Liberty Park putting my kids on the Ferris wheel and the little all the little death trap rides that are over there at Liberty Park. The little injury-inducing ride. I cut myself on this.
Really?
Allred, in referencing his 5,000th episode on the Radio from Hell program, was quoted as saying, "You little jerk, get on that ride!"
You're bringing the little jerks tonight, right?
But the quote, this dawned on me. This was, I think, one of the more brilliant observations I've ever had. The reporter from the Salt Lake Tribune asked me, so why do you think your show has been on so long? Why has it lasted 5,000 episodes when other morning shows and radio shows have come and gone? Some appear and go quickly, some are there for a while, but they disappear. Why have you guys lasted 5,000 episodes? And I said, well, it seems pretty simple to me. It's because nobody ever fired us. Really? I mean, isn't that he kind of paused and he said, well, I guess that is true, isn't it?
Well, but we were
Doesn't
fired.
mean it's good. We just weren't fired.
We were fired once.
Yeah, I guess so. I guess we were fired once.
Yeah.
No, you weren't fired. You could have stayed. You two could have kept doing the show.
No, he was told he would be fired if he didn't sign the contract.
That's what I mean. If you had signed the contract,
I was fired. I was fired because I wanted to be fired. I don't
different.
count that as really being fired. I was fired because I really, really wanted to be fired in the long run. I wasn't going to sign.
You could have kept your job if you wanted.
Yeah.
You signed the contract. You keep your job.
I wasn't going to sign a contract with those people, and I said to myself, if they fire me, I'll get unemployment. So yeah, that's what I want. I wanted to be fired.
So you were fired.
Yeah, but nobody's ever really fired.
Like I said,
fired
you
us.
suck. I don't want you to work here anymore. Get out.
Technically, I've been fired. You were never fired.
I've been fired many, many times. What, you mean from that
Not
job?
from this show.
Yeah,
But not from this show.
From this show. You've never been fired from this show.
Not from this show, no.
No.
Well, that's where it matters.
No. Never been fired from this show, and I was fired kind of by design, so I don't count that.
Okay. Is this sponsored, Gina?
Yes, New Year resolution, read more comics. This month, the epic comic series from Fiona Staples and Brian K. Vaughan, Saga, only at the Nerd Store at Valley Fair Mall and Dr. Volt's in Mill Creek.
Well, here he is. He is Sean Patrick Means, who has stepped into the Radio from Hell studio in downtown Salt Lake. He's here to talk about movies. Sean is the culture editor. Culture and what, Sean? Culture
That's it. Culture. Culture is an all-encompassing thing.
Okay, not lifestyle and culture. It's just culture.
We are the culture desk.
Okay, culture editor for the Salt Lake Tribune, and Sean also reviews movies. You can read Sean's work, sltrib.com. There's been some Sundance coverage by Sean there, and you can find all of his stuff at moviecricket.net. What movies have you for us?
Well, we don't have much from the studios this week. We do have one thing that's kind of interesting. Universal is letting Guillermo del Toro re-release Nightmare Alley in black and white.
Did he want to originally do it that
I think
way?
he did, because it's film noir. You want to do, that's
Yeah, well, he specifically said he wanted it in black and white,
Yeah.
but he lost that battle.
Yep. So now he gets to have the cake and eat it too.
It opened the same day as Spider-Man, and so nobody went to see it.
That didn't help. No. And then the other thing is that Disney Plus has a spin-off of the Ice Age movies premiering tomorrow. I couldn't care less.
Yeah. I don't.
Yeah.
I don't care for them.
If you have kids, they'll watch them. They'll be excited.
It's the electronic babysitter.
Even they don't care. I don't.
Well, let's talk about these two movies quickly, and then
Yes.
maybe you've got some Sundance stuff for us.
Yep. Two really good movies, both at the Broadway this week. One of them is called Parallel Mothers. This is the new film from the Spanish director Pedro Almodovar, who is a guy who one of his things is he can take a soap opera premise and raise it to high art. Penelope Cruz is the star here. She's a photographer in Madrid who has an affair with a married archaeologist, and 9 months later she's having a baby. When she's in the maternity ward, she meets a teenage mom, Anna, played by this newcomer named Milena Smith is her name. They become friends, and that becomes important later when Penelope Cruz's character starts to suspect that her baby may not be hers.
Switched at birth?
We might have done a swap at the hospital.
I see.
Yeah.
Okay.
So this leads to some powerful emotional drama, and I can't remember, and frankly, I can't remember the last time I've seen Penelope Cruz this good. She and Almodovar just have this little sixth sense.
They do, don't they?
For this kind of movie, and he gets a performance out of her that's just intense and emotional and just very alive.
Well, they're both Spaniards.
Yep, that helps.
Yep.
I mean, I think she's done well in English language films, but it's not. It's basically she's not given enough good stuff to do in Hollywood. So, Parallel Mothers opening at the Broadway, and I'm giving it 3.5.
Wow, out of the gate with a 3.5.
Out of the gate with 3.5. Yes.
All right.
Does that mean we're headed to more uncharted territory here?
No, not quite. But because it's not uncharted because I declared this back at the end of December. This is Flee.
All right.
FLEE. And this is my number one movie of 2021.
Really?
This was the best, and I'm glad it's finally getting out there to people. The story here is of Amin, who is an Afghan refugee who's been living in Denmark for nearly 20 years. He's well settled in. He's an academic. He's living with his boyfriend, Casper, and they're going to get married soon. But there is something sort of hanging over that. He sits for an interview with the movie's director, Jonas Poher Rasmussen, and he talks about growing up in Afghanistan. He talks about how it changed when the Taliban took over, and then trying to get out of Afghanistan with his family. Mm-hmm. And they make it to Moscow, which is just as bad as Afghanistan in a lot of ways because they are cold, they got no money, and people beat them up because they're Muslim.
Yeah.
So he gets out of Russia, but to do so he has to sign papers and he has to lie. He has to say a lie. Mm. And that lie is what's hanging over him. He worries that he's going to be found out, and if that lie comes out, he'll be deported.
That's serious, man.
This is and this has been hanging over him now for decades. This is astonishing storytelling. It's done in It's animated. To partly to protect Amin's identity, so you don't have him on screen, but also to depict the parts of the story that you don't have footage of, like trudging through the snow with smugglers to get out of Russia, or being in a container ship to get across the Baltic. And the animation works really well. You guys were mentioning Mouse earlier. The animation in this reminds me of Mouse, not in style or anything, because the style in this animation is very realistic, but because it uses that sort of one layer of artifice of sort of artificiality, it helps you not get bogged down in the emotions of the piece, and you can sort of see the detail. And then it comes back around, and then it comes back around, and then you hit the humanity of it hits you just full force. It is amazing to look at. It's a heartbreaking story, and ultimately an uplifting one. It is, like I said, it is the best movie that came out last year, and I gave it 4 stars. It's playing at the Broadway.
All right,
Flee, FLEE, Flee,
as in running away.
What's going on at Sundance? What have you seen some good stuff? Or?
I have seen a lot of good stuff. It has been a amazing 7 days so far. A bit of a lull today and tomorrow. Tomorrow afternoon is the awards ceremony, and then the weekend they will replay some of the award winners, or probably most of the award winners, for people to stream.
What would you just off the top of your head, some movies that we ought to be looking for? Maybe that will be released.
There's one that just got a deal with Apple TV called Cha Cha Real Smooth. This is a guy named Cooper Raiff. He's a writer, director, and star. Here he plays a 22-year-old just graduated from college and sort of at loose ends. And he winds up sort of falling into a summer job as a party starter for the bar mitzvah circuit.
Okay.
in his town. All the Jewish mothers are like, we need somebody to get the party going and get people dancing on the floor and all that sort of thing. And he's actually very good at that. He's very charming. He's very personable.
All right.
In the course of this, he meets up with a young mother, one of the young Jewish mothers, played by Dakota Johnson. And things get complicated, but it's really sweet. It's a really sweet, really smart sort of romantic drama. Dakota Johnson is great. I think we neglect how good she can really be because we think more too much about just how good looking she is.
That's true.
But she's actually a really good actress. There's another one I have not seen. Another one with her that also got a deal called Am I Okay? And it's Dakota's in it, and it's co-directed by Tig Notaro. And it's as I understand it, it is a coming out story. So
Okay.
Okay.
Is Dakota Johnson just hogging all the parts up there? Is that
you know,
what's going on?
every year, there's always somebody who has like 2 or 3 in there, and this year she's got 2. Regina Hall also has 2 films in the festival this year. One is a satire of televangelists called "Honk for Jesus, Save Your Soul," and then there was a horror thriller called Master, where she plays a professor at a university, and Master is a good example of another theme this year, which is using genre films like comedy or horror to tell stories about racism. And my favorite of those was actually on the first night. It's called Emergency, and this was 2 college buddies who were going to do the pub run of called the Legendary Tour. But before they get started, they find a unconscious white girl in their living room. And have to figure out, okay, how do we help this white girl without, should we call just should we just call 911? And the other guy is like, are you kidding? The cops will just come in and kill us.
They'll think we did it. Yeah,
exactly. So it is a comedy, but it has some very serious stuff to say.
What's that called again?
Emergency.
Emergency.
And that got bought right up, and it's going to be coming out later this year.
I want to see that. That's great.
And then Master was the other one.
Master. The other's one called Nanny, which is another sort of horror thriller with racism as a subtext. Apparently, a lot of people took notes when Jordan Peele became successful.
Get out.
Apparently.
Yeah.
Well, it sounds like even though not in person, a successful Sundance so far.
I think so, and the whole point of the festival is discovery and being able to find these works, and they've done a good job. They did a good job this year, as they did last year, of setting it up in such a way that we're all watching the movie at roughly the same time, and so we are all discovering it together. So.
Oh, that's interesting. Now, I paid my $10, and I'm going to start watching stuff on the Slam Dance channel today. So I'll let you guys know if there's anything interesting.
They start today, and they're a bargain. Yes, $10, and you get to watch anything that is on their slate.
Yeah, that's a great deal.
They also want you, though, when you go there, they also have a deal for like $7.99, $8 a month. Which gives you access to anything they have ever done.
Yeah, they're starting a channel, and they're using this as their launch.
Yeah, a huge catalog of stuff from.
That's a great idea.
Yeah,
you get to see the early Russo brothers.
Exactly. We talked about that with Peter Baxter. Yeah.
All right, Sean Means, thank you very much. We'll see you next week, and stay out of trouble and stay safe, and go to some more movies. Okay.
Will do. Thank you.
All right. See you.
All right. Thank you. Traffic, Gina, please.
Yeah, I've been getting a lot of traffic from friends of the program alerts. Thank you for sending those in via text at 33986. Like this one saying lots of fog heading east on I-215. Thank you. That's helpful for friends of the program. I don't have any accidents being reported right now. I'm looking at the UDOT website, and things look like they're moving very well. So if you see something not moving well and you want to share it, you can send that in to us, 33986.
Here are your boner candidates for round 2. Number 1, these dolls are pre-owned and pre-loved. Boner candidate number 2, I got me an attack squirrel, and he's hopped up on meth. And boner candidate number 3, quite honestly, I too feel disgusted.
All right, we got boners round 2, big boy news and opinioendo, all coming up after these. It's 8:14 X96.
It is the 23rd century. Humans have left the lowly confines of planet Earth and have sought their destiny among the stars. While many things have changed, one constant remains, the need for young men to venture forth and do the work of the Lord. This is the tale of two such men who at the age of 19 have answered the call of their general authorities and are embarking on a 2-year mission to spread the gospel throughout the galaxy. This is the story of Space Elders! In this episode, we find our missionaries tracting underground on Janus 6. Wow, would you look at these caverns? They're incredible.
You sure we have the right planet?
Yeah, I am. Janus 6. Why'd you ask?
Oh, just because this planet is uninhabited, that's all.
Well, I'm sure that Zone Leader Hansen had a good reason to send us here.
Yeah, like all the residents of this planet were killed by some unknown force, and he's hoping that we stumble upon it.
Now, Butch, you be nice. Hey, looky here. Perfectly round, shiny rocks.
Hey, a collection of bowling balls. Well, maybe there is life on this planet after all.
I don't think those are bowling balls. Hey, you shouldn't be touching those.
Well, you're right. They ain't bowling balls. The weight's all wrong, and they don't have holes drilled in them. Hey, you hear that?
You mean the menacing sound of a big rock sneaking up on us?
Yeah. What do you think it is?
Well, from the looks of it, I'd say it's a big rock sneaking up on us.
What the flip?
Oh, you better put down the bowling ball real slow and easy, Butch. I don't think the big rock that's been sneaking up on us likes the way you're handling it, and it's staring at us, too.
Okay, here you go.
It's backing off. Excuse me, Mr. or Mrs. Big Rock. I'm Elder Christiansen, and this is Elder Jensen.
Hi. Hey, look, it's burning some words into the cavern floor. Me, Horta, these my babies. No kill I. Hey, she's friendly, and she has kids, so it means she must be married.
Mrs. Horta, we represent the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints.
You know, the Mormons. Hey, she just crossed out the no from no kill I.
Oh, so much for being a friendly rock.
Looks like this might just be a time to make an exit there, Lehigh. Let me just grab one of these little rocks as a souvenir. My cousin would love to have a real live pet rock.
I don't think she wants you to have one of our babies, Butch. Look out! Is this the end of our missionaries? Will Butch get to send a pet rock home to his cousin? Will Lehigh make him put it back? Is it legal to bowl with a silicone-like form egg? To find out the answers to these questions, tune in next time to hear Butch say...
Okay, lady, back off or the little rock gets it.
Now, Butch, that's no way to talk to a prospective convert. Now give her back her baby. On the next bone-chilling episode of Space Elders!
Okay, let's see. It's 8:20 right now, and it's time for round 2 of your boners. Presenting to you now 3 news stories. These will be examples of bad, stupid, or funny human behavior. And you will decide with your vote of these three candidates which one is the worst, which one should go forward to Boner Fight, get that chance to become Boner of the Day. I say get that chance because in order to be Boner of the Day, it'll have to defeat the winner of round 1's voting. We did that an hour ago. Regardless, you will decide between the winner of the first round and the winner of the second round, who is Boner of the Day at 9:20 this morning. That's when Boner Fight happens. So right now we got to get that second champion. This is round 2. Send one of these three candidates forward. 2 candidates now, a third coming up in just a bit. After you've heard all 3, you'll vote. One of you lucky random Boner voters will receive.
Well, for everybody but Bill, the Radio from Hell tote bag, all kinds of meatballs you could fit in that Radio from Hell.
That's disgusting.
Dozens and dozens of meatballs you could fit in that Radio from Hell tote bag.
Disgusting. All right, here's Boner candidate number 1. These dolls are pre-owned and pre-loved. Used sex dolls are being sold online for a fraction of the original price, and apparently people are snapping them up. Some of the used dolls. What?
Never mind.
Go ahead.
I'm sorry.
I want people to know.
No.
I want people to know what a filthy mind you have. Come on.
No, move on.
They're snapping them up. And Gina would say,
no, just move on.
Okay. Some of the used dolls come with names, and some of them even have human hair. I'm not going to tell you what the website is that specializes in selling pre-loved sex dolls. It also fixes sex dolls and offers a day spa experience for your sex doll. The website says she won't get a mud bath or cucumber on the eyes, but she will have every minor and major injury repaired, from nicks and pokes to limb breaks. Her makeup, nails, and body coloration will be restored, and her joints will be tightened. Yes, certified pre-owned sex dolls from this website. Oh, the prices, let's see, range from a few $100s to a few $1,000s, depending on the quality or how many miles it's got on it. Boner candidate number 1. Here's Boner candidate number 2. I got me an attack squirrel. He's hopped up on meth. And that's literally what this Boner candidate is. A Limestone County, Alabama, a man kept a squirrel, supplied it with meth to make it mean and so that it would attack people. He was arrested on charges of trafficking methamphetamines and chemical endangerment, as well as some drug and weapons charges. According to documents, this gentleman was, what's his name, Pollock, was indicted back in June. Now he's going to court. There is no safe way to test the squirrel for meth, said Limestone County Sheriff Mike Blakely. He said the squirrel had garnered some national fame when the story came to light. Apparently this squirrel was pretty feisty, pretty mean, and Mr. Pollock said that's because I give him meth. He's my attack squirrel. Boner candidate number 2. Coming up in a moment, Boner candidate number 3. Quite honestly, I also feel disgusted.
All right, Boner candidate number 3 for round 2. Coming up after this, Big Boy News and Opinioendo, brought to you by.
Brought to you by, come in from the cold and warm up with some of your favorite rock bands like U2, Led Zeppelin, Pink Floyd, and more. Take a visual and acoustic trip in the Dome at Clark Planetarium every Friday and Saturday night. Visit clarkplanetarium.org for tickets.
I know, Gina, that you like Yellowstone. I kind of got you going on that. And Katie loves Yellowstone. This Tyler Sheridan guy who created that.
Taylor Sheridan.
Excuse me, Taylor, yes. He is I don't know how he does this all. So he's got Yellowstone, and he works on that. And he acts in it as well in a minor role. Then he's got a spin-off of that, a prequel to Yellowstone called 1883, which I've started watching, and it's pretty good. And then he's going to do another spin-off of Yellowstone about the Sixes Ranch. And now he is going to do a mafia drama for television. He is going to It's called Those Who Wish Me. No, that's not what it's called. Oh, he also did The Mayor of Kingstown with Jeremy Renner. He did that. Now he's got a thing in the works with Sylvester Stallone.
Do what?
He's going to do a mafia drama, I believe.
Really?
It is, with Sylvester Stallone. Yeah, a new mafia series. It's going to be on TV. So this is part of the success of Yellowstone is he's smart. Taylor Sheridan is smart. He got Kevin Costner.
Yeah.
And Kevin Costner is really good and he's good as this patriarch of the family. Now he's got Sylvester Stallone, and he knows people will look at Sylvester Stallone, and Sylvester Stallone can be good. You don't think so, Katie?
Can't refuse.
Katie doesn't think Sylvester Stallone can be good.
What was the?
You know how Carrie can't stand shows and stuff with Julia, what's her face in it?
That's me.
Yellow Jackets. Natalie.
Yeah,
that's you, Bill. Yeah.
Oh, that's you.
That's not
well,
Carrie.
I cannot.
I know we're a lot alike, but you know.
I cannot stand Sylvester Stallone.
In anything.
Anything.
What was the Copland? Is the movie that he was actually good in?
Well, he was great in the first Rocky. You know.
I'm just saying, if you want to show somebody something that's not, typical
Mafia or
Stallone stuff, Copland, he plays a cop. It's quite good.
And Rhinestone Cowboy, man, he couldn't be beat. Or not? Is that what it's called with Dolly Parton?
Rhinestone is all it's called.
Oh, just Rhinestone.
Rhinestone Cowboy is a different.
Yeah, that was what's his name? Mr. Sundance.
Yeah.
Robert Redford. Oh, just one other
No,
quick.
that was Electric Horseman.
That's Electric Horseman.
Oh, yeah. Rhinestone Cowboy was a song by Glenn Campbell,
Yes.
but there was a movie, too. Anyway.
It's confusing because the lyrics to the Glenn Campbell song are very much like the movie of Electric Horseman, because the Rhinestone Cowboy was riding out on a horse in a Star-Spangled Rodeo.
Yeah, that's exactly why I got confused.
So,
I'm going to watch that today now. Thank you, Bill.
By the way, just quickly, Taylor Sheridan, I really think the guy must be a genius. He also wrote Sicario, which was a really good movie.
Yeah.
Let's see. David Letterman is going to appear on the late night program's 40th anniversary. He'll be dropping by as a guest on February 1st to celebrate the 40th anniversary. He launched the NBC After Hours franchise in 1982 before moving over to The Late Show on CBS. So current late night host Seth Meyers and David Letterman on February 1st. That will be great. And I'm just going to mention this quickly. You ought to see Post Malone's $3 million apocalypse-proof Utah bunker. What an amazing looking place. Jeez. And it's weird to think that Post Malone could make that much money. I mean,
he's very popular, Bill.
He is,
He's
and
very
I like some. I've listened to his stuff, and I turned on the radio yesterday. I was just flipping through some channels in the car, and it's funny. I don't listen to that kind of music much. I think it was on I don't know what station it was on.
Mix, same Mix. It's
Okay,
her sister
Mix.
station.
No, U92.
U92. And anyway, I was scanning, and the radio stopped on whatever station it was, and somebody was singing, and I immediately knew it was Post Malone. He has a really recognizable style. Nearly 300 guns, 300 were stolen in Salt Lake City during 2021.
Wow.
According to a new report from the police department. Last year, the Salt Lake Police Department took 294 reports of firearms stolen from people who live, work, or visit Salt Lake. The report said that represents a 24% increase over a 3-year average. And I'll just give you two guesses, or maybe even one guess will do it. 200 guns stolen, what are most of those likely to be used for?
Protection, protect your home.
Good guy with a gun situation.
Committing crimes.
Oh, really?
Yes.
Did you see that, just while we're on guns for a second, did you see that story out of San Jose, I think, where they just passed a law that if you own a gun, you have to carry liability insurance.
Oh.
Which makes perfect sense to me.
Here in Utah, what they're proposing is that if you own a gun, you have to get your mother's permission. Officials at an Orem school say that they have addressed a threat made against the cheerleading squad. Through her phone, a Mountain View High School cheerleader was sent an altered photo of the cheerleading squad featuring a pentagram with the words 13 sacrifices and cheer is evil written on the picture, along with the letter X marked over some of the girls' bodies.
Wow, that's scary.
According to a parent who contacted Fox 13, the school did not immediately respond to parents of the cheerleaders when they asked if their children should be kept at home. The parent added that after not hearing back from administrators, which you'd think that the school administration would be on the phone immediately getting back to the parents. But the parents shouldn't have even had to call and inquire about this.
No.
Many parents kept their frightened students home from school. However, in a letter sent to all parents Wednesday, the school principal and assistant principal acknowledged the threat and said measures had been taken. We know the parties involved in the threat, they said, and we have taken appropriate action to make sure your students are safe. In all likelihood, it was somebody thinking he's being funny, or I'm going to scare him. It's not as horrible. I mean, it's horrible even if it's that, but not somebody who was really planning on getting rid of them. Melania Trump trying to sell a bunch of stuff, NFT stuff, didn't work. Nobody, certainly at the price she was asking for certain things. She put 3 items up for auction earlier this month. It failed to reach the desired threshold of $250,000 for an opening bid, and so they said, well, we'll take it off. It was a custom wide-brimmed hat worn by her at a White House state visit, a watercolor of her wearing the hat, and a non-fungible token of the illustration with animation of the hat. People went,
nobody cared.
Certainly not $250,000 worth, I would think. And finally this.
Thank you for that.
You may want to save that for this story. You may want to save it for this story. Around this time last year, the Oregon-based cheese brand Tillamook made headlines by selling its Mother Loaf cheddar cheese blocks for the first time. These 40-pound cubes of cheddar were used for aging, are typically broken down into smaller products, but in honor of National Cheddar Day, they put 25% of them up for sale at $112 a pop, and they sold out in 20 minutes.
Mm-hmm.
This year, for National Cheddar Day, the brand has decided to go all out. Not only are they bringing back the Mother Loaf, these gigantic, for $150 each, but also launching cheesy gear, including cheese-carrying Tillamook party pants. Headlining the collection of self-proclaimed bold, fashion-flavored, forward, limited run swag, $35 one-of-a-kind party pants, which come complete with removable insulated pockets that double as cheese-toting clutches or wristlets, the cheddar orange drawstring cargo pants that actually look like they might be good to work out in or eat, appear to provide plenty of comfort, as well as 3 cheddar-ready pockets. So you
cheddar
see,
ready.
You can carry your cheese with
I'm cheddar ready.
Yeah.
Right now,
I want my cheesy bread!
You should see a picture of this cheese where it's so ugly you can't.
Oh.
There's a hat, a cheddar colored hat, wide brim, and it's got fringe hanging down.
Wow, the Mother Loaf was $150. Wow.
Yeah.
Wow.
All
It's
right.
a lot of cheese.
Sure is.
I'm retiring on all the money I have not spent on cheese.
Is that right?
Yep.
But what about all that money that you've spent on coffee?
Well,
that's an interesting fact.
All right. Sports weather traffic.
God bless you. God bless you, Donovan Mitchell. I have had a concussion, too. I know they are hard to get over, but even this show didn't need me back as much as we need you back playing for the Utah Jazz. Oh, they're terrible. 105-97 loss to the Phoenix Suns. They play the Memphis Grizzlies next. University of Utah basketball, they lost yesterday to Washington State Cougars, 71-54. Let's see, the Aggies, they beat San Diego State Aztecs 75-57. BYU plays today at 9 against Santa Clara Broncos. And let's see, Weber State against the Northern Colorado Bears. That's a 6 o'clock game. And the Wolverines of UVU, they are at Chicago State. That game is at 6 o'clock. Weather, it's chilly, 24 right now, only going to get up to about 36 for a high today, but the air is better, and the skies are blue and sunny, and it should be actually a really nice day. We'll have a couple of those before that haze starts building back in Saturday night into Sunday. Our next chance maybe of a little storm coming through Monday night into Tuesday, hopefully, but for the next few days, nothing on tap. We have traffic, a stalled semi-truck at the bottom of the exit ramp from I-15 southbound to 21st Street in Ogden. Center lane is blocked. Traffic around the semi, either side actually is going around. That's how they're getting by it, so you might want to avoid that area. Let me check our message stream, see if anybody has sent anything in via text at 33986. Nope, but that's the place you do it if you see traffic or, moose or coyotes carrying off squirrels or whatever in the road.
Or Donovan Mitchell, maybe.
Or Donovan, if there's a sighting of Donovan Mitchell, perhaps you can text it to us, 33986.
Here's boner candidate number 3. Quite honestly, I also feel disgusted. This is a quote. Story is headline, Midvale, Utah. That's where this is occurring. This is a quote. Quite honestly, I feel disgusted, said a woman who identified herself as Celeste to Fox 13 on Wednesday night. Celeste says that her brother-in-law had been transferred from Highland Ridge Hospital to Evergreen Place in Midvale on January 3, 2022. Evergreen Place was the subject of a large-scale raid from law enforcement, hazmat, social workers, and local health officials on Wednesday, where 16 residents had to be removed with their belongings. An investigation is underway into the living conditions inside of this facility. We had a really hard time in the past finding places that would take my brother-in-law because he's not yet 55. She said he suffers from multiple mental illnesses and type 2 diabetes. Celeste said that she'd done her homework on Evergreen Place, but realized most of the internet searches take you to a national chain of assisted living facilities, and this one in Midvale was tough to find. She also felt suspicious when they asked for payments via PayPal versus taking a credit card. Celeste paid $1,400, says most of the residents who were living there were paying with money from Social Security or by other means of assistance. Her brother-in-law lived in conditions that didn't have any working heat in his room when they moved in. When she visited the location on January 7th, the furnace was turned off. There was raw sewage present in the facility. I ran down a space heater for him, and I went there with my husband. I was just appalled. There was no one there. There was no one at the front desk. There was no one manning the building entirely. It's supposed to be a licensed nursing assisted living facility, and there wasn't anybody in there except the people who... No staff, nothing.
That's terrible.
So she got a hold of the authorities, and the cops went back, and they said nobody was at the facility supervising the 16 residents. And then finally the health department, not finally, pretty quickly, the health department and the cops raided the place, went in and removed the people there. Boner candidate number 3, quite honestly, I also feel disgusted.
Oh. All right, let's review the first 2 and vote.
Boner candidate number 1, these dolls are pre-owned and pre-loved. A creepy sex doll swap shop lets fanatics trade in their pre-loved dolls and for newer models, presumably. Boner candidate Number 2, I got me an attack squirrel and he's hopped up on meth. That story tells it all, or that headline tells it all. And number 3, I also feel disgusted about this awful assisted living facility.
All right. You've got to decide of these 3 candidates, which one is the worst, which one deserves to go forward to Boner Fight and possibly become Boner of the Day. Winning here ensures it a spot in Boner Dome and guarantees it will go up against the winner of round 1's voting. Good candidate. That's why in this round it's important to choose strategically so we have a good Boner Fight at 9:20 between these 2 champions. But right now, let's send one of these 3 forward. Who will be the champion of this round 2? You have to decide. 1, 2, or 3. Remember your candidate number, the one that you think should win. Put that single digit in the message of a text, and then text that to 33986. Pretty easy. Or you can call the producer's booth in Salt Lake. Use your voice to vote. 877-602-9696. Or go online, x96.com. Look for the box that says Boner Voting January 27, 2022, and vote there. All right? You have only until the end of these messages, and this is round 2. So let's go. Vote.
I have to go over to the stairwell here and tell Chainsaw Guy that we're ready for him.
To come over?
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay,
All
so
right.
I'll do that.
So this is usually it's a best question of the week, but this week it's Chainsaw Guy is going to be answering questions from you, our listeners. So Katie has some emailed with Chainsaw Guy. Are you there?
Yeah, I'm here. I'm right here, ready to go.
All right. Well, then let's start.
Hey, wait, who's that?
That's Katie.
Oh, hey, Katie.
Long time no see.
I love Katie. You love haunted houses, don't you?
Yeah, I do.
Well, we've worked together, actually, Katie. I was the Chainsaw Guy at your haunted house when you worked over there at the Nightmare on 13th.
That's right.
Yeah.
Yep. All right. Well, I got a couple questions for you, sir.
Okay.
So this one comes from Derek. It says, I know everyone is sick of hearing about COVID and the issues of mask wearing, but you being a person who wears a mask that I would assume would wear it always, what do you have to say to those people who believe this ridiculous idea that people cannot function normally with masks on?
Well, I don't know about functioning normally, but I know that mask wearing is very important. Because sometimes people are going, and I think you can find out example, and you can put your eye down with something, or if you don't put your eye down with something, you might hit the ball. You gotta be careful, or second time, you'll put mask on us, and then you hear on the mask, you can anywhere, we can have a chat. You can wear it, but you gotta be careful. And watch your this armor, and watch out for the build-up of mold.
Oh.
Build-up of
mold.
what?
Mold.
Okay.
Behind the mask, you get some mold occasionally.
Okay.
All right. All right, I got another question then.
What?
So what sort of advice could you give a guy who spent all of his rent money on lottery tickets, and now that rent is coming up and all of his money is in Chevron, he has no idea what to do?
Tough. Next question.
Next question.
Next. I don't have anything to say about that. Come on.
You don't have anything to say about that?
No.
That's it?
You gotta build up a mold.
All right, final question, sir.
Okay, I'm ready. Wait a minute.
Do you have a favorite chili recipe?
Do I ever? I'm telling you, what you do is you take your cans home, and you get your cans in them. And then, lay up on them, and tilt and turn them to the... And then you take your cans off, and... And you take a... My favorite recipe is that cans home, and then you have... And then take a bag of food on, and empty them, and then it's a Denison's. Delicious. Dennison's
All right.
canned chili.
Well, Chainsaw Guy, I know you've been super busy. This is your busy time of year, and for you to take just a few minutes with us every year at Halloween, it doesn't feel like Halloween unless we talk to you, and you are always so helpful and have great advice.
Well, thank you. I've got to go back and work on. I'm remodeling my rec room, you know.
Oh,
So
yeah.
I got to go back to work on that. I built a display case for all of my old Playboy magazines, and now I'm going to build a little rack where I can where I put all my Perry Como records.
Perry Como
Perry
records.
Como. Listen, you put on a Perry Como and open a Playboy. Can of Dennison's and I'm set.
Okay.
See you later.
Happy Halloween,
Happy
Chainsaw Guy.
Halloween, sir.
Okay, let's award round 2 of your boners.
And round 2 of the boner voting is brought to you in part by some Greek rice. It's that lemony kind of rice. Yeah.
And the key to good sex is good communication. Reveal your best pleasure at Black Velvet Boutique, Utah's locally owned by women sexual wellness resource, open 7 days a week, 595 South State in Clearfield.
Really not much competition here. And I kind of figured that. Used sex dolls, I mean, that's pretty gross. Yeah. But
probably a service that is needed.
Well, I don't know. Could you refurbish?
If you care about the environment, we should recycle things.
Could you refurbish Cherry for me, please? Could you just refurbish her? And then, I liked the meth attack squirrel, but only 4 people liked it as much as I did. But the winner, and rightfully so, with 156 votes, the care facility, so-called, in, where was it, Midvale, I think? They win round 2.
That's your winner of round 2. It now goes forward to Boner Fight. It might be Boner of the Day, depending on how well it does against the winner of round 1's voting. Well, it's not up to us. It's up to you when you vote for Boner of the Day at 9:20 this morning. That's when Boner Fight happens. Okay.
I have a list.
You have a list?
What is it a list of?
My list is the most painful ways to die according to science.
What? I don't...
Well, I don't... I'm still hanging on to that list of 20 simple sauces that will transform any meal, but...
Well, I don't know.
But I also have... 10 signs you might be dating a psychopath.
Well, that's hitting too close to home there.
Okay. All right, well...
Maybe it's
from hell with another list, because people love a good list. X96.
Or people are saying this close to Valentine's, maybe the psychopath is the way to go, but I don't know.
I can save the painful ways to die. That's timeless.
I don't know what to do.
Well, I'm not going to decide, because no matter what I decide, it'll be wrong in people's eyes.
Why don't I say
Oh,
painful ways to die?
I see you've been reading our research notes. Okay. Let's toss a coin.
Oh, okay.
That seems fair. All right.
Who gets to call it?
Let's see.
Katie, Katie gets to call it.
Kate.
Okay.
Well, so what do I do then?
Well, heads,
Yeah.
it'll be psychopaths. Tails, it'll be painful ways to die.
Okay. All right.
Call it, Katie.
Tails.
You.
I was going to say,
you
it's
just-
pretty much said.
You just called it.
I want
So-
tails, but
Okay, so painful ways to die.
Oh well. No, wait. We're tossing the coin.
Okay.
So it's heads.
Oh,
So what was heads?
Psychopath.
Okay. So just in time for Valentine's.
Okay. This is 10 signs that you might be dating a psychopath. You're an average person, it says here, going about your day-to-day life. You might be working at your job, taking care of the kids. One day you find yourself talking to someone new, and they seem nice, and you kind of like them, and then they ask you out. But then you start to notice that this person maybe is a little off somehow. What signs is it that you might be dating a sociopath, it says here? A sociopath. Someone who is...
Oh, a sociopath.
Yeah.
Okay.
Someone who, well, here it is. Number one, they're heartless. You have a hard time reading their emotions or understanding what they're thinking. So, they respond to things, but they don't respond to things with much emotion at all, no matter what it is. And they lack any empathy.
I got fired from my job today, so...
Oh, okay. Not even so. It would just be, oh. Well, don't you feel bad for that person? Oh, why? That kind of thing. Number two, they don't care about the consequences of anything. Sociopaths don't feel emotion or guilt or remorse, so, they can do anything they want. That doesn't matter what happens, no consequences. That means, like, they could cheat on you and not feel anything about the consequences. Number three, they blame everyone but themselves. This is starting to come clear in your mind, isn't it? Who these people are. You know these people, don't you?
Well, I work in radio. Of course, I know these people.
Number four, they're impulsive. Seem to do things without thinking about it. They just jump, do it. Number five, you find out pretty quickly that they can't be trusted. They will lie easily and often
Here,
about
watch
everything.
my dog.
Yeah. No.
I thought you were watching
And then
my
you
dog.
come back a week later and the dog is dead because they didn't feed it. Oh yeah, I'm sorry, I forgot. That kind of thing. Number six, they actually seek out other people to use them. Gina, are you thinking really hard about this? Maybe people in your past?
Yeah, maybe.
Okay. Yeah. Number seven, you find yourself constantly trying to please them, and it never really does. Yeah. Eight.
That tracks.
Yeah. I know. I mean, I've been involved with people like this. Number 8, you notice their past relationships did not end well either.
What's the common denominator here is the thing you...
Yeah. Yeah, my last girlfriend, yeah, God, that was terrible. It didn't end well at all.
So far, the texter says, so far this list seems to describe me. I would be upset, but nah.
Well done.
Number 8, now, you're the person you're dating or you're in a relationship with, they may not exhibit all of these things, but if they exhibit some of them, you might start thinking about it. They criticize the way you dress or the way you act in public. You embarrassed me.
Yeah.
What? Why? What? Huh? And then number 10, their actions never match their words. They'll tell you anything and everything that makes them look good, but don't believe a word of it because the odds are very high it's not true. They don't feel any guilt or remorse when lying, and what comes out of their mouths may be completely false, and they'll leave you confused as well as betrayed. So when they say, "Yeah, I'll be late. I'm gonna work at the soup kitchen tonight, and then I'll be home," and then they show up drunk at home.
See, I thought this list was going to be things like, showing up with scratches they can't explain, or they don't have a door handle on the passenger side door of the car.
Gina,
That's what was going to be stuff like that.
Well, Gina, you should have written a list about things that have happened to you.
Got a great big drum of lye in his basement. For
These are all things that have happened to Gina. Actually, it's not a psych. I thought it said psychopath at first, but it's one step below a psychopath.
Yeah.
It's a sociopath. It's a psychopath in training.
Texters, let's see. Trump, anyone?
Yeah.
This list blows chunks, to which I replied, is it hitting too close to home? This list is my father.
Yeah.
Sounds like multiple bosses I've had.
Mm-hmm.
Yep, definitely my father, to a T, with a number 10. How is this different than narcissism? I'd say ask your therapist.
It's really about the same thing.
Yeah.
As narcissism.
Should I tell the guy with my ex or just observe from afar and giggle?
Well, it's up to you.
It's entertaining.
And this one puts it, I think, just a fine point on it. It sounds to me like all teenagers are sociopaths. Yes, they are.
We hope you've enjoyed another list with Radio from Hell on X96.
There we go. Traffic, Gina, please.
Yeah, it's been a great traffic morning so far. I'm looking at the UDOT cameras, and they are not showing me any trouble. Maybe you're seeing trouble, though. There's trouble right there. I should tell somebody. Well, you can text it to us, 33986.
All right, so we will take a break. We will be back right after these messages. We've got your second word of the day for today's $1,000 cash giveaway. Giving away $1,000 a day. We're coming to the close of the contest soon. I think next week is the last week. So it's your last chances to enter to win $1,000 a day we're giving away. We're giving you 6 chances to enter. And we do that at 7, 9, 10, 1, 3, and 5. We'll give you a word at each one of those times. You text it back to us. That is your entry form to win the $1,000. Sure, you can enter once, but why not listen to the radio station longer than you intended to and enter 6 times? Yes, it's the cash bribe on the table. We're just telling you we want you to listen to the station longer than you really intend to. That's what this contest is about. We have our second word right after these. KXRK Provo.
It is the 23rd century. Humans have left the lowly confines of planet Earth and have sought their destiny among the stars. While many things have changed, one constant remains: the need for young men to venture forth and do the work of the Lord. This is the tale of 2 such men who at the age of 19 have answered the call of their general authorities and are embarking on a 2-year mission to spread the gospel throughout the galaxy. This is the story of Space Elders! Today, we find Butch and Lehigh on Starbase 182 around lunchtime.
Hey, Lehigh, what's up? You haven't been yourself lately. You seem a little under the weather. Here, I replicated you some lunch. This should put you back on your feet. It's your favorite.
Oh, plomeek soup?
No, macaroni and cheese with little hot dog bits in it. Man, you are sick. I'm taking you to the sick bay.
Are you sure that would be the logical thing to do?
Huh? Come on!
Very interesting.
What is it, Doc? What's wrong with Lehigh?
Elder Christiansen here is suffering from plateau.
Plateau? What on earth is that?
Not plateau, plateau.
Oh.
The blood fever. It's not a birth, my dear Butch. It's a Vulcan disorder. Lehigh here is in the early stages of Ponfar.
But Doc, look at my companion. I mean, his ears aren't pointy. The blood sample you took from him was red, not green. He's not a Vulcan.
Have the two of you come in contact with any Vulcans recently?
Well, we met with that nice Ambassador Spock fella.
Was there anything unusual about this meeting?
No, we talked for a while. He mind melded with Lehigh and then sent us packing like everybody else.
Mind melded with a Vulcan? Oh, dear.
Well, he said it would be the fastest way for us to tell him about the gospel.
Now, what's this got to do with Lehigh losing his appetite and then resetting the environmental controls in our apartment up to Moab standard temperatures?
Ponfar is the Vulcan mating ritual. Unless the individual who's suffering from the blood fever gets to Vulcan in time, he will die.
I still don't understand how Lehigh contracted this blood fever thing anyway.
The Vulcan who did the mind meld must have transferred it into the Lehigh's mind during the meld. No matter how he contracted it, you must get to Vulcan within the next 72 hours or your companion will be dead.
Okay, Vulcan it is. Come on, Lehigh, we better get going.
But Vulcan isn't in our Tracton area. We're not supposed to go outside of this quadrant. You know the rules. Zone Leader Hansen would never approve of us making a personal visit to Vulcan.
Oh, to heck with Hansen. They can send us both home if they want to. I just want to make sure you go home breathing.
Will our elders get to Vulcan in time to save Lehigh? Will Zone Leader Hansen get them sent home for leaving the quadrant? Will Ambassador Spock apologize for giving Lehigh bucktail? What is exactly in Plomeek soup anyway? Tune in next time to hear Butch say...
Hold on, Lehigh. Just a couple more hours and we'll be on Vulcan.
Butch, wouldn't it be more logical to reduce our speed to warp 6 in order to make the best possible speed while reducing the stress on the dilithium crystals?
Oh.
On the next mind-melding episode of Space Elders!
It's time for your second keyword of the day in the X96 1K a day cash bribe. We gave you your first word at 7. Now we'll do one at 9, then 11, 1, 3, and 5. That is potentially 6 chances for you to enter to win the 1K a day. For someone local, a local person, somewhere here in the Valley could win. Best chance of winning is collect all the keywords and text them in when we give them to you, like this one. Text the word Ogden, O-G-D-E-N, Ogden, to 33986 now to enter to win. You can see all the official rules at x96.com.
Well, yeah.
King James. Pegleg Johnson, the one-legged stand-up comic. We're going to have him back real soon. Now, don't go away, folks, because in just a few minutes, you're going to be laughing your butts off with our headliner, Gallagher! Gallagher! You know, the guy with the watermelons? Yeah, well, anyway, it's time for a special treat here at Bananas, the best comedy club in a shopping mall in downtown Sheboygan. Please welcome the comedy stylings of Little Tommy Little, the 3-year-old stand-up comic!
Thank you, folks. It's great to be here. Now, stop me if you've heard this one. Why did the little moron saw his toilet in half?
Get off the stage!
I'm sorry. Uh-oh. Uh-oh, mister.
What?
Mister, is that a bug in your drink?
Where?
Made you look, made you stare, made you lose your underwear, stupid head booger face. Poo-poo pee-pee.
Because on this day,
the person directly responsible for me being on this radio show today.
Wow.
Because I had a crush on him many years ago. Mike Allen Patton was born on this day in 1968. He's 54 years old.
Name of that song, Gina?
A Small Victory. My favorite Faith No More song.
It's really good. I like We Care a Lot, too.
That's not Mike, though.
Oh, it isn't?
They had a different singer before, before Mike.
The keyboard player in Faith No More, Roddy Bottum.
Mm-hmm.
Roddy.
And
I'm
people have heard
thinking
the story a million
that may not be
times.
his real name, but
People have heard the story a million times, but Carrie and Bill were doing a contest where you could win a house party. Faith No More would come to your house.
Really?
And party with you.
We did that?
Yes, you did.
Huh.
And Kristen, my friend Kristen, and I entered the contest, and we did not win, but you guys invited us to the party anyway.
Well, we liked you.
Yeah.
You seemed cute and funny.
I think the only reason you didn't win is that you really didn't have a place to throw the party, wasn't it?
No, I don't think so.
Did you have a place figured out?
Oh, yeah. We had a place figured out.
Because the winner had this big backyard, I remember.
Yeah.
So
The song "A Small Victory" is on the second. It's on the fourth album, studio album for Faith No More, Angel Dust. 1992 is when it was released.
Yep.
And it's damn, that's a good song.
And so Faith No More was supposed to come to town. Remember, like last August. That was when they scheduled concerts optimistically, which they ended up canceling again. So I hadn't seen them for a long time. I was looking forward to that.
They have a song called "Let's Lynch the Landlord." Which seems a little harsh.
Saturday Night Live sketch is what that's.
Oh, man.
Not to get all political, but I just got this notice in the mail that said that the COVID tests that I ordered from the government are on their way today.
Okay.
Oh, good.
Good.
You just tuck those away in your bathroom, and hopefully you never need them, but you have them if you do.
Yeah.
If people haven't ordered those, by the way, you can just go to the USPS website.
United States Postal Service.
Yep, and order them right from there. They'll send 4 per household. And you don't have to say, "Well, I'm not sick, I don't need them." Just get them, like I just said to Carrie. Just get them and tuck them away in your bathroom.
There's a picture here of Faith No More in an article I'm reading about them. And they're all dressed in kind of tuxedos with bow ties, and they're holding champagne flutes and glasses of champagne. And then one of them has someone dressed as a gimp on a leash on his hands and knees, with the
that's
mask.
fancy.
Yeah. Faith No More.
Formal attire. Anyway, yeah. All right, we will take a break. We will be back. We do have Boner Fight coming up. Stand by for that. We'll find out who the boner of the day is. And, some leftover news and stories and information that you probably need for today. So stand by for all of that. We'll take a break and be back after these. X96.
Hello, kiddies. It's me, your old friend, the bookkeeper. Since this is tax season, I thought you might want to hear a story from the big ledger about filing your taxes. Today's installment concerns the do's and don'ts of claiming deductions. Pay careful attention now, or you may have to pay more later.
Well, Mrs. Johnson, I've looked over your return, and I have a few questions about some of your deductions.
Oh, my, is there something wrong?
Well, you've claimed over $9,000 in medical expenses.
That's correct. I have all the receipts right here in this shoebox.
You seem to be in perfect health. Now, some of these procedures seem a bit odd.
Oh?
Spaying.
Yes.
Neutering.
Yes.
Hairball removal.
Yes.
These are services performed on your cat.
Oh, yes, I love cats. I have over 30 of them.
You can't claim your pet's medical expenses.
But they're like family to me.
It's not allowed by the IRS.
Well, could I claim them as a home improvement?
How so?
Well, they keep me toasty warm in the winter. They're like portable space heaters.
I don't think so.
Well, they shed a lot.
So?
Their excess fur helps insulate my house. Better our value than the pink fiberglass stuff.
And no,
Can I claim them as my children?
and no. The government would never overlook you being 80 years old with more than 30 dependents, some of whom are named Buffy, Tabby, and Mr. Boots.
Well, I've made sure they all have social security numbers.
Well, why didn't you say so? Sign here. You can expect a hefty refund.
Oh, thank you.
Ms. Smith, send in Mr. Thompson, will you?
Oh,
The guy who wants to deduct his dog as a home security system.
okay.
Well, kiddies, it does pay to keep good records after all. Looks like Mrs. Johnson is in for a windfall. If she can avoid an audit by the IRS, that is. Maybe the nice accountant fellow from S&M Block will go to jail for her. Remember to file on time, and if you need any help with those tricky forms, don't hesitate to ask your old friend, the bookkeeper.
I watched that episode. John Wilson, I forget the name of it all the time. John Wilson.
How To with John Wilson.
How To with John Wilson. And there was a 30-minute documentary about how to find a parking place in New York.
Mhm.
And I watched that the other day because we'd played that drop. And that guy standing in his kitchen, I swear to God, he's absolutely believable. I think that happened to him, more or less.
Could have embellished it.
Well, he looked really.
He wasn't dead for 23 minutes.
You know who is dead?
Oh, is it? Oh, we do have boner fight coming up here in about 7 or 8 minutes. So
I hate to report this.
Do you want to sponsor this, Gina?
I don't know. I don't know who it is.
Well, it's sad. It's a tragedy.
Well, let's just do this quickly then. Save on skiing at Snow Basin Resort with discounts up to $20 on lift tickets when you buy online. Visit snowbasin.com.
He's someone who will never ski again. Peter Robbins has passed. He was only 65. Peter Robbins, Gina.
I don't know who that is.
Real name, Louis G. Nanasi. He began his career in the 1960s as he voiced Charlie Brown in A Charlie Brown Christmas. It's the Great Pumpkin, Charlie Brown, as well as A Boy Named Charlie Brown. He was the first actor to voice the character because those were the first animations ever of the Charles Schulz cartoons or comic strips.
Was the headline of this story, was it Good Grief? Because it really should be.
Well, no, it's... it's Don't Be a Blockhead, Charlie Brown.
No, he died.
That's on his... that's on his tombstone, though.
But are you seeing that he took his own life?
Yes,
Oh, no.
He died as a result of suicide. Over the years, he was candid about his battle with bipolar disorder, his struggles with drug addiction and mental health. He went to prison for a while because he'd made threats. He'd made threats to public officials, which was a result of his bipolar. And when someone is bipolar, and you send them to prison for something like making threats to public officials, that really helps them. You know, it really helps them with their bipolar disorder. Robbins said that, he said, I would recommend to anybody that has bipolar disorder like I do, take it seriously because your life could turn around in the span of a month like it did for me. I came out of prison and I'm a better person for it. Probably not. So his family's
prison stopped being about reform some years ago.
Macaulay Culkin getting married. He is marrying someone named Brenda Song. The couple of 4 years and new parents. So
the sweet life of Zach and Cody. That's what.
Huh?
She's a Disney girl.
Oh, is that
Sweet Life of Zach and Cody?
Brenda Song. Well, they had to get married because they have a baby. She's pregnant and they had a baby, so they had to get married. I think Macaulay Culkin's father, I forget his
Kieran's
father's
his
name.
brother.
Yeah, I
he's
forget
on Succession.
I forget it. His dad's was kind of an actor, itinerant actor at one time. Anyway, he had a shotgun and made them get married. Oh no, that would be her dad, wouldn't it?
Yeah.
The shotgun wedding is always
Walt Disney?
Yeah. Is her dad Walt Disney?
That's kind of the impression I'm getting.
This kind of creeps me out. Apparently, Madonna says she wants to go on tour with Britney Spears and redo their famous kiss from the 2003 MTV Video Music Awards. Hell yeah, said Madonna.
No.
On Instagram.
No.
After a fan asked whether she plans to do another world tour one day. Stadium, baby. Me and Britney. What about that? She said.
For one thing, it was gross.
Yeah.
And for another thing, I don't think Britney's ever doing that again.
I don't know.
You don't think Britney's touring stadiums again?
No. Britney is not okay.
Gina, there
I've
are a
said
lot
this
of
all
people.
along.
There are a lot of people on stage performing who are not okay.
I think her dad was a horrible person and she was horribly taken advantage of, but there's a reason a bunch of doctors said she needed to be under a conservatorship.
Doesn't mean she won't tour. Doesn't mean.
You have to get it together to do that, and I don't see her doing that.
There are a lot of people who do.
You want to put money on it?
Yeah, $10.
$10 on whether Britney goes?
That Britney got, I don't know if a big stadium tour, but $10 says she will do live performances again. Okay? A Las Vegas residency, a tour.
Oh, I'm sure she'll do a Las Vegas residency again because, she's there in one place and easy to contain. I don't think she's going to do a stadium tour.
No, I don't think she'll do a stadium tour, but I think and she won't do anything with Madonna.
That would be so smart, though. That would, the tickets they would sell.
Yep.
She won't.
2018 clip surfaced of Post Malone in which he talked about the United States government as the biggest lie in the world. And he urged people to move out to the country.
Because the government can't get you there.
Well, that's what he did. He moved out to the country. He said, I put my money where my mouth. He purchased a 5-bedroom, 7-bath Utah home for just over $3 million. It's called the Wow Cool House. It's at the mouth of Cottonwood Canyon, Little, I think. 1,300 square feet, 7 acres. He says, move somewhere because whenever martial law is declared, whenever your credit cards fail, whenever your banks fail, you got 3 days to get out of where you are because that's when they're coming for you, he said.
Oh, so
now,
it's nutso.
It's big Cottonwood Canyon, by the way.
Is it? Oh, okay.
My parents live up there, and I do know this.
All right. And see, Gina, Post Malone is also crazy, and he tours all the time. He encouraged people to make a move for themselves and get your scraps, stand up for yourself, build a tower, build roads, do something. So he's got the money.
But he said this in 2018.
Yeah, you did.
Just pointing that out.
Yeah. He said,
this isn't a current thing?
I'm just saying, think of the political situation in 2018.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
All right.
So here he says he's got, and what he's done with his house, and my God, the pictures of it, there are a bunch of them. It's beautiful. I'm going to put in like 30 bunk beds, he said. It's a free country out there like in the Utah, and you can You can buy whatever you want. It says you can buy suppressors in Utah, which I think means guns with silencers.
Silencers, yeah.
You can do open carry. You can walk into a grocery store with a handgun on your hip. That's why he likes Utah. But he built, so this house, it doesn't show this part of it, but apparently there is a bunker underneath the house.
Well, if you could afford a bunker, wouldn't you have a bunker?
I don't think so.
No, I'd have a bunker.
I mean, I guess I've got a partial, like somewhat of a, but not enough of a bunker.
If I had that kind of money, I would hire armed guards to patrol the grounds and shoot anyone on sight. The Supreme Court Justice Stephen Breyer is going to retire. He says he will wait till the end of the Supreme Court's current term. That will give President Biden a chance to reinforce his liberal minority. He promised on the campaign trail that he would make history and nominate the first African-American female justice. Now, well, I don't know when the court's session is over.
Like June.
Is it June?
Mm-hmm.
So how much time does that give Biden? A year and a half to get somebody onto the Supreme Court?
No, we can do it in 45 days.
Yeah, that's what Amy Coney Barrett.
Well, that's what she got, but
Mm-hmm.
how much is left in his, by June, how much is left in his term? He's been in there about 2 years, right?
No, 1 year.
Oh, only 1 year?
Yeah.
So he's got 2.5 years about to do it, or whatever that, two something years.
2 3/4, yeah.
I'll bet you anything that the Republicans will find some way to prevent that happening. They'll say the will of the people, we ought to let the people vote, you know.
They'll find some lie, but the fact of the matter is that they only need 51 votes, and they can do it in 45 days if they want.
And I am, Carrie played that little bit from Jimmy Kimmel. I love the idea of nominating Anita Hill to the Supreme Court.
Do your history homework and find out why that's funny.
Some people have said that he might nominate Kamala Harris. Wouldn't that be interesting? I mean, it would be interesting.
I'd love it. Oh, don't get me wrong, I'd love it, but he's not going to do that.
There is a.
I want the black female nominee to have the initials CRT. That's what I.
There is a woman, and I don't think it's here in this story. It might be somewhere, but there is a woman that people say he sort of has in mind, who's a well-respected judge in a circuit court. Let's see. I'm trying to see if her name is here, but I can't find it. Anyway, this is a weird story about Utah County Attorney David Levitt.
Oh, yeah, I saw this.
Yeah, so he's stuck in Amsterdam because he was diagnosed with COVID. Well, what was he doing in Amsterdam? Well, it was a stopping point. He had been in Ukraine. Well, why was he in Ukraine? Well, David Levitt, the Utah County Attorney, went to Ukraine to collect some papers from his apartment that he has there. Why does he have an apartment there? He taught law courses in Ukraine, in Kyiv, I guess they're saying now, instead of Kiev.
There's a U.S. program where they send attorneys to teach law.
He taught in Ukraine with the American Bar Association.
Yeah.
He's done it for more than 10 years. He's owned an apartment in Kyiv for several years. When news of the Russian invasion was, Levitt said, I'm going to go get my papers and clear that apartment out just in case. Then he left Ukraine. On the way home, he had to stop in Amsterdam, and he was diagnosed with COVID, and he's quarantined there until
he's stuck in a hotel by the airport until he tests negative.
There's a picture of Olympic gymnasts with Spencer Cox. He's honoring silver medalist Michaela Skinner. All of the gymnasts, the Red Rocker gymnasts, are standing there in a row, and I think it's quite telling that one of them has a giant boot on her foot because of some sort of injury.
No.
And I guess we don't have time to get to frilly, lacy underwear, a line of frilly, lacy underwear for men.
Oh, we can get to that coming up.
Which I don't think is a good idea, but anyway.
Great idea, I think.
All right. You think it is, huh?
It's
Well,
Bonafide.
All right.
With radio Radio from Hell on X96.
I do think it's a great idea, but also keep in mind that my booth at AlphaCon was rejected.
And my mind could be changed on this too, so we'll see. So we've got the boner fight here. It's the winner from round 1, duking it out with the winner from round 2. These are both excellent candidates. I don't know how you'll decide. Number 1 is, well, it's just a naked mouse. Yeah, but it's a naked lady mouse. School board in Tennessee banning the Pulitzer Prize winning brilliant graphic novel. It's called Mouse, or Moss, M-A-U-S.
It's just such a genius book, really.
It's about Art Spiegelman.
Art Spiegelman.
It's actually the story of his grandfather, I think,
Yeah.
who was in Jewish concentration camp and I believe died there. But instead of so he has mice as the Jews and cats as the Nazis, and it's just brilliantly drawn.
It's a straightforward telling of the story of his grandfather, but the artwork is as such.
Yeah, and the Tennessee School Board didn't like it because there's a nude picture in there. It's a mouse.
Yeah,
and then there's the word "G damn it." I could legally say it.
You can. It's not an FCC finable word.
I know, but I'm not gonna.
It's community standards.
Community standards, though.
Yeah. And that's going up against number 2, which is also a great candidate. It's the so-called assisted living facility in Midvale. 16 residents there, and a woman went there to see her brother-in-law, and there was no one working there. No staff. All the 16 people alone, no heat, sewage. The police have cleared it out and cleared out the residents. That's just unconscionable. That's number 2.
There you go. You've got to decide of these 2 candidates which one should be boner of the day for today. 1 or 2. Remember your candidate number, the one that you think should win. Put that single digit, 1 or 2, in the message of a text, and then text that to 33986. That's easy way to vote. Another way to vote is, if you'd like that human touch, call the producer's booth and speak to a person at 877-602-9696. Or go online, cold internet, and vote online. X96.com. Look for the box that says Boner Fight January 27, 2022, and vote there. Now, you probably won't see that box right away. So when you go there to X96.com, refresh your internet browser. It should appear. You can click and vote at ease. You have until the end of these messages. Let's go. This is Boner of the Day.
I had a Mary Jane candy yesterday.
I've never heard of a Mary Jane candy.
Mary Jane's. Mary Jane's.
You
Never?
get that in Colorado?
It's you ever heard of Mary Jane?
No.
Famous old candy. Originally made in 1914.
That's probably stale.
By the Charles N. Miller Company, later by Stark Candy Company, now manufactured by Necco.
Oh.
And
did you go back to Backyard Birds?
No, my my 11-year-old daughter, little Mrs. Bill, went up to the 7-Eleven and came back and said, "Look, they have Mary Jane's up there."
She knows what that is?
Sure, she's had them before. But listen, we know candy in our family.
Old candy.
And new candy. They know all kinds of candy. The candy, Mary Jane's, Charles Miller invented this candy and named them after his favorite aunt, Mary Jane.
Ah.
And there's a picture of a little girl on
Wonder how his other aunts felt about that.
Well, he had a favorite aunt, Mary Jane. Maybe he didn't have any others, but they're terrible.
Really?
I'd forgotten how terrible they are. I think they maybe used to be a little better. It's peanut butter, essentially, or peanut. There used to be peanut butter, sort of more peanut butter in them, and peanut butter and molasses.
Oh.
And they're chewy, like taffy.
Yeah.
But now they're just more sort of molassesy and sugary and very little peanutty. I was disappointed, but she was excited to find them and enjoyed them. Never had a Mary Jane? No. Would you eat a Mary Jane if somebody gave you one?
Not when you've described it, how terrible it is.
Well, but I mean, if I just said it was peanut butter and molasses, would you go, "Oh, I'll try that"?
Yeah.
You don't have anything against molasses?
No.
It's just kind of.
What would I have against molasses?
Well, I don't know. You have weird food things.
Molasses is fine.
I thought, I think it's.
I have things in common with molasses.
That's. Well, you're as slow as it.
Yes.
But in January, that's what my mother used to say. Would you hurry? You're as slow as molasses in January, which is I think the slowest of all molasses.
And I'm referencing Bugs Bunny twice again on today's show.
Yeah.
He was borrowing a cup of molasses from somebody. He had his coffee cup. Elmer shot a hole through it. And it's snowing around, okay? And it starts to run out, and he goes, I didn't think molasses would run in January.
But
there you go. And then of course there's all different. There's blackstrap molasses, which is the realies. See, I didn't think you'd like molasses because it's too strong.
It's
it's like strong syrup.
You don't need a spoonful of it. It's an ingredient amongst other things.
Some people use it in lieu of syrup on things.
Ew.
They'll drizzle molasses on their pancakes or on cereals or whatever. I find it a little. Oh, and the brand of molasses that you buy in the grocery store
has a rabbit on it.
It's Brer Rabbit.
Yeah.
Brer Rabbit molasses. So I
insist on Brer Rabbit molasses.
Buying molasses.
I don't think we can go into the whole reason that why Brer Rabbit might be on the.
Ask your grandpa about Song of the South, kids.
Yeah. Or when you go to Disneyland, what is it? Big Thunder
Splash Mountain.
Splash Mountain. Splash Mountain is full of characters that Disney no longer promotes or uses.
But they're in there.
Yeah, that ride.
But that's the only place. Your laughing place. Isn't that what they say?
Yeah.
Your laughing place.
That's where Brer Rabbit is.
Yeah. I like that ride, actually.
Always get wet.
And it's a nice place to cool off at Disneyland.
Mm-hmm. Okay, 9:38. Let's award Boner of the Day.
And that's brought to you in part by double pork souvlaki with a pita and Greek rice.
And Valentine's Day is the big game of romance. You always go with the best players. That would be Lim Jewelers and their selection of exquisite gemstones. Go team. Go to limjewelers.com.
Thank you.
In a way, I think the number one should have won, the Art Spiegelman. But I understand.
Yeah.
But I understand it's local, and it's well. I think mainly because it's local. The neglectful nursing home or so-called assisted living, no assistance there facility, beat number one by about 40 votes.
Oh, really? That much?
Yeah. Boner of the day.
Well, all right. So I disagree, but we don't choose them. That's your Boner of the Day for today, January 27, 2022. Now qualified to be Boner of the Week. That'll be decided by Dave the Flower Guy tomorrow at about this time, because today is Thursday.
Frilly lingerie for men, lacy lingerie.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yes.
So Carrie's all in.
I don't know. I don't know if I am or not.
It's not comfortable, and I think most men choose their undergarments based solely on the comfort factor. And lacy stuff is not comfortable.
That's what I think too. When I have felt lacy women's undergarments, and pick them up, I go, that's scratchy. What? Not. Ugh. But
women don't wear those because they're comfortable. They wear them because they look pretty, and beauty is pain. as we've learned.
Well, that's
Well, what are they made of? What's the does it say?
Yeah, I think so. I was just looking at a little video of
Because
a
I thought it
Japanese
said
company.
Yeah, go ahead.
Doesn't sound like the most masculine thing ever, lace underwear, but a reputed underwear company, Lacoste, didn't just jump into this blindly. In November last year, they tested the waters of this niche market, offering lace boxer shorts on Japanese crowdfunding platform Makaki. The company knew it had a winner on its hands when it smashed the modest crowdfunding goal. It was really successful. So it comes in 7 colors. In order to adapt the delicate lacy material for a masculine clientele, they modified the fabric, making it stronger and stretchier. Although you can't really tell by the floral motifs that decorate the underwear. Lace boxers are said to have the same durability as their regular boxer shorts. They are beautiful to look at, functional, breathable. I still don't think so.
I'm just saying, don't say no yet.
I wear from Mack Weldon, I think it is. Really soft cotton boxer briefs. And they're just terrific. They have a really stupid little button on the fly in the front of them that's sort of non-functional. I don't know why it's there. But other than that, they're great. And they come in a variety of colors. I like them.
I would say don't, try these first before you dismiss them.
No, I'm not going to.
Carrie's going to give it a chance.
Because back when I was single, I had silk underwear.
I've had some of those, yeah.
And
they're comfortable.
They're very comfortable. Problem is
not
they were
very supportive.
not
No.
supportive,
No.
and also you tend
Yeah.
Yes.
It's hard.
It's
you sort of
exciting.
Don't keep things, you don't keep things contained very well.
It's
either.
exciting. I'll
Yeah.
just say that. Yeah.
Just walking around is exciting.
Sometimes.
Well, yeah. You remember I was in my 20s, and
Didn't take much to be
It didn't take much.
exciting.
Yeah. Now I don't need containment in my underwear. I don't need it anymore. There's nothing to contain.
You need support, don't you? Need support?
No. Nope. I don't. It might as well just. I guess I need. Well, I know I'm not going to say.
Yes.
I just thought of a horrible image. I only need something containment because of gravity.
That's what I mean. Support. That's what I was saying. Support. Because
This show is so political.
so political. I can't believe how politically. I can't listen
to that
anymore.
show
You guys are
anymore.
so political all the time, 24/7. You're political.
Did I ever?
I got
tell
a
you,
new bra that I like that's really comfortable.
Speaking of underwear and political, did I ever tell you the story of this guy that I know? And I ran into him right at the beginning of the pandemic. And I was out riding my bike, and he was walking along the sidewalk. And I had a mask with me, and I thought, I'll go back and talk to him. So I swung my bike around, I put on my mask, and he put on his mask, but it looked weird. And I said, what kind of a mask is that, Steve? And he said, it's a pair of my underwear. That's all I could find. And he had underpants around his neck.
That's all you could find.
He had underpants around his neck, and he just kind of pulled it up over his face.
That wasn't
As
all
a
he could
mask.
find.
That's what he said. Said it works fine, and that's all I had. Underwear
No.
that he pulled over his. I
No.
thought it was,
He's
stupid,
being a
but
jerk.
funny.
Ain't buying it.
Yep, he's being
No,
a
he's
jerk.
he's not a jerk. He's a little odd, but he's not a jerk. He wasn't doing it to be a jerk.
All right, we will take a break. We'll be back crawling towards the exits after these. Wendy's for breakfast. And again, you got to take advantage of this. It's for a limited time, only at participating U.S. Wendy's during breakfast hours. The offer cannot be combined with any other mobile offer, not valid for third-party delivery orders. But it's a free beverage with your breakfast sandwich. It's a great deal. The Wendy's breakfast sandwich, of course, they're delicious. They're wonderful. You get yourself a breakfast sandwich. Go buy a breakfast sandwich at Wendy's, and they will give you your favorite drink for free. It's terrific. Any beverage that you can get in a Wendy's cup at Wendy's drive-thru is free. So if you're try the cold brew thing. I love this. The vanilla frosty chino. It sounds really sweet, but it's not. It's not as sweet as you think it is. It's cold brew plus frosty creamer over ice, and it's free. It goes perfect with the with my favorite sandwich, the sausage croissant sandwich. You can get that as well. If you're a soda person, want soda for breakfast, ask for a large because it's free. Coffee, fresh brewed coffee, free. Anything you can get served in a Wendy's cup when you buy your breakfast sandwich at Wendy's. Limited time only. Hit the drive-thru, Wendy's.
I think I'm going to have a guy with a gun come and sit out in my backyard and kill raccoons.
You tried to do it the nice way for how many years have you been trying to do it the nice way?
And you know what we do now is we remember to lock the cat door at night. So the cats can't get in or out, and neither can the raccoons.
Look, I told you what you have to
Last night, we're in the house. Forgot to lock the cat door. It was 8 o'clock. My wife starts downstairs. There's a raccoon sitting on the basement floor going, what's up? Okay, I guess I'll leave now then. Off he goes. Just makes a mess out of it.
Flipped a little raccoon birdie.
Yeah, they do. They like flip her off. I've not seen them in that regard. She has a couple of times. But I go down. She goes, oh my God! I go down, and there are those little footprints in the water all over the basement floor.
I tell you what you need to do. You need to find someone who has a big dog and rent it.
Yeah.
And tie them up with a long leash out back so they can cover the entire backyard. And I'm telling you, after a week, those raccoons will send out a message through the Raccoon Network. This place is no longer safe, and we can't come here
I'd
anymore.
rent you Sadie Girl, but I don't think
No.
she'd help.
No, you need a real dog.
Can't I just come in?
I would go get those raccoons, but it's on the tile. I can't go. There's tile in the basement.
It's
and
just a pain to have to remember to lock the damn cat door at night.
I'm telling you, you borrow a good dog for a
might
week.
work.
And they'll do it. I can't loan you my friend Van's dog, Chase, who killed my raccoon, because he is an escape artist when it comes to leashes and collars.
So you
He'd
couldn't
get
leave
out.
him out there.
Yeah, he is an escape artist. There's just no way.
I don't know though. I guess maybe I could put up with it for a week, but I'm not particularly a dog person. That I'm going to have a dog barking in my backyard.
Well, just borrowing it for a week, and the raccoons will be gone. So you just look at it that way.
Or you need to go to the next Mountain Man Rendezvous.
Get a guy with a gun.
And there'll be a guy there.
You want a new coonskin cap? Come to my house. Kill yourself a hat. Daniel.
All right, I get to keep them, though.
Yes, you keep whatever
you bet.
I get to keep the whole thing? You don't want any of the meat, do you?
No. Just kill yourself a hat
Okay,
and take
so
the meat.
let me see if I understand this. I get to camp out in your backyard for a week.
Yeah.
I get to keep the meat and the skin and the hide.
Except I want the tail for my
Well,
antenna.
Hell, that ain't no good. That ain't no good. See,
my car
that's the
antenna.
most valuable part.
Okay, you can have the
I
tail.
need the whole
You can
animal.
have it. You can have it.
So you're telling me I get to keep every coon I kill.
Yeah.
I get to keep.
Yeah.
You got it. I'll be there.
Could I have one tail for for the Prius?
I'm sorry. No. All right, let's see, 9:49.
I was just looking at the chat room, the Radio from Hell chat room.
Yes.
Which you can access if you go to radio or to,
X96.com/live.
Yeah, and there's a chat feature under that, and there are a lot of people in there who are, and pretty much a lot of the same people all the time. And I don't usually comment on stuff in there, and every once in a great while I'll comment, but I was reading through it just a second ago in that commercial break, and there was some sort of really kind of nastiness going on in there. Somebody being, confronting.
Often happens in chat rooms.
Well, it doesn't very much in this one. It's usually, that's my point, is every time I look at it, 90% of the time, and you look at it more than I do, Carrie, would you concur? It's kind of a friendly place where people joke with each other and just exchange ideas, and it's kind of frivolous.
Yeah, it is usually.
And yet there's this, apparently there was a guy in there today who was, being really snotty and bullying about liberals, and
he's the same guy. He does this all the time. He's a local realtor. Fun. He jumps in there, spews some right-wing talking points that he read from bumper stickers or he memorized from Tucker Carlson or something, and then jumps out.
So
he's owning the libs. It's a hobby.
Yeah,
that's his thing.
That's what it gives him purpose.
Yeah. So my question about that is, what do you do? Do you get to a certain point where you say, well, we should not let that person in, because you could block them. He could be blocked. I don't know if that's the right thing to do.
Well,
or do you just sort of say, well, we're going to wait? Let me finish my thought. Or do you just say, you know what, we're going to just shut it down for a while. Just shut it down for a while. And not do it.
I think our friends in the chat room, they're really good friends of the program that are regulars. There are other people pop in and out, but I think our friends of the program in the chat room can handle it.
Yeah, you're right. They know, they handle it.
I don't think it's worth taking it away from them.
You're right. Yeah.
Because I think they do a good job of shutting it down themselves. They don't need us to get involved.
Well, and he's not much of a challenge. I mean, usually he starts with sheeple. I mean, that's how basic and boring this one is. He doesn't even give any thought-provoking commentary. It's
you
just,
come up with that term on your own, sir?
I'm sorry that I brought it up even now, because it gives him some sort of spotlight, although I don't think he's probably listening. But
well, he listens. He waits for something to pounce on.
Oh.
Because earlier when we had that sociopath list, and somebody texted in that says, "Is this Trump?" That's what he jumped on.
Yeah, so I don't, and I didn't know that, because I really don't go in there very much at all.
Yeah.
I made one comment today, which is rare for me. Somebody said Bill hates Juliette Lewis, and I thought, well, I'll comment on that, and I said, hey, I don't really hate her. I just find her repellent.
You hate on her all the time.
I don't hate her.
You hate on her all the time.
Gina, there's no such thing as hating on.
Sure there is.
Afraid there is, yeah.
No. I just find her unpleasant. That's all I mean. I find her unpleasant. I don't hate her. To say I find someone unpleasant is not hating on them. And sometimes I go, I find her so unpleasant. I can't
stand her. I don't like how she looks. I don't like her face. I don't like how she talks. I don't like...
You too? I didn't know that, Gina. You don't like how she talks? Anyway, people in the chat room, they're for the
You
most
are
part
welcome to go in there and chat.
Yes.
I wouldn't dream of taking that away from them.
No.
Yeah. Just
they're smart, strong people. They can handle it.
So, Gina, are you going to send in your court paperwork today?
Oh, I got court.
Your juror?
Carrie and I both got jury duty notices yesterday.
Because I think if we both send it in at exactly the same time, that one of us will immediately be kicked,
You think?
Listen, I really wanted to before. I said for years, I want to get called for jury duty. I want to get called for jury duty. And then I got called for jury duty. And they dragged me in, and we sat through the whole thing, and it came down to the same thing. You're on the radio. This is a private thing. We don't need you on jury. And I just don't know why they can't put a permanent, not this guy, you know, when they send stuff
Well, you'll
out.
see, Carrie, one of the options you have in filling this out is you can say, I request the court excuse me permanently.
Here's
can
how
either say-
this is interesting because here's how they choose. You guys, you said, you know, it's odd that you both got. It is odd because it says here, in Utah, a pool of potential jurors is randomly selected from a population of individuals.
No way, this is random. How is that possible?
Well, that's what random is. There are coincidences, and, you know. You play Wordle?
This is all part of God's plan, Bill.
Oh, is that it?
I think they're sending out jury duty to Democrats, hoping they don't reply so they can take them off the voter rolls. But that's just me. I don't know. But I'm so political. Sorry.
No, Carrie, I'm a Republican. I'm a registered Republican.
I am
Me
too,
too.
but I think they know in their hearts.
I was I was called for jury duty once years ago in Pennsylvania, and when I finally got up, the attorney started questioning me, and they questioned me for about 2 minutes, and then they went, "It's okay. No, you're dismissed." They wouldn't take me. It's too liberal. It was a murder case too.
Yep.
They didn't want me because I was a bleeding heart.
Well, let's do the promo and crawl towards the exit, shall we?
Sure.
Coming up on Friday's Radio from Hell show.
We've got the X96 1K a day cash bribe song. That's still happening.
No.
Oh,
Let's
it's
just
an
start
old
over.
force of habit.
No, it's in the script. It says cash bribe. Well, not
No, it
song.
doesn't
it doesn't say song.
All right. Okay,
It doesn't
sorry.
say song.
Coming up on Friday's Radio from Hell show. Well, sorry, I choked on my...
That's in the script, though.
Coming up on Friday's Radio from Hell show.
The X96 1K a day cash bribe is still happening at 7 a.m. and 9 a.m. We'll have a keyword for you, so you have your phones ready.
At 7 a.m., also, Victoria joins us for our Real Housewives of Salt Lake update, and you don't want to miss the drinking game.
Speaking of drinking, Jimmy the Wine Guy will be here at 7:45 to have another drink, with Jimmy. Stick around because we'll have him at 8 a.m. to answer your booze questions.
So finish out the week with us and a drink on Friday's Radio from Hell show on X96.
Excuse me. That has been me of the last few days. Whew, man.
Now, I've been keeping track of animals in the neighborhood because, the coyotes are out.
Mm-hmm.
I got a report now 24 minutes ago during the day. Yes, bobcat. Just
How
up the
far
street.
away? Can you tell how far away?
0.2 miles. It's like maybe 3 blocks that way.
There isn't any chance it's Bobcat Goldthwait, is it?
No, because that would be good. I would invite him into the home.
Okay, so it's actually an actual Bobcat then.
Yeah.
Okay.
But I'm looking at the carport, and it looks familiar. So I'm, very concerned.
Wait a minute. Why does a Bobcat need a carport?
Someplace to lurk.
Ah.
Yeah, that makes me nervous. Anyway, let's see. Did we get? Let's see if we forgot anything. Mortal Kombat. We talked about that. Jeopardy Champ. We talked about that. Let's see. Simply Lemonade releasing spiked versions. We talked about that
Yesterday. Yeah.
Yeah,
I think we've covered just
and here's
about
the thing:
everything.
Simply Limeade and tequila, cheap, fast margarita. Just so you know.
And why doesn't anybody have Simply Grapefruit? Man.
Let's see. I think we got everything taken care of. All right. All business. Well,
all right.
Fine job as always, Katie. Thank you. Live long and prosper, bitches.
Don't you know who I am?
I got court.
Corey is next.